Tonight we begin the grand saga of the Egyptian gods and pharaohs, figures whose names are etched in the annals of time as embodiments of divine strength and royal might. Their story unfolds with grandeur, power, and a destiny shaped by the gods themselves. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Ancient Egypt stands as one of the most influential and fascinating civilizations in human history. Its story spans over 3 millennia, from the dawn of its unification around 3100 BCE to its eventual decline in the 4th century CE. Situated along the fertile banks of the Nile River, Egypt's unique geography and natural resources played a pivotal role in the formation and growth of its remarkable culture and society. This chapter introduces the beginnings of ancient Egyptian civilization, its rise, and the crucial role the Nile played in shaping one of the greatest ancient cultures. The geography of ancient Egypt was central to its development. The country is located in northeastern Africa, bordered by deserts to the east and west, and by the Mediterranean Sea to the north. But perhaps the most significant geographic feature of Egypt was the Nile River, which stretched for over 4,000 miles from Central Africa to the Mediterranean. The Nile provided a lifeline to the Egyptians, offering water, transportation, fertile soil, and abundant fish and wildlife. Each year the river flooded its banks, depositing nutrient-rich silt that enabled the Egyptians to cultivate crops and sustain large populations. The annual flooding of the Nile was seen as a gift from the gods, an event that allowed Egypt to thrive as an agricultural powerhouse. Beyond its geographical advantages, Egypt's natural isolation, protected by vast deserts, provided a sense of stability and security. This allowed Egyptian culture and society to develop relatively undisturbed by outside forces for many centuries. It was within this unique environment that one of the earliest great civilizations of antiquity would rise. The early history of Egypt is marked by its unification. Before around 3100 BCE, Egypt was divided into 2 kingdoms: Upper Egypt, located to the south, and Lower Egypt, located in the north around the Nile Delta. The unification of these 2 regions is traditionally attributed to King Narmer, also known as Menes, who became the first pharaoh of a unified Egypt. Narmer's unification marked the beginning of the dynastic period, a time when Egypt would be ruled by a succession of powerful and influential dynasties. With the establishment of the first dynasty around 3100 BCE, Egypt's political and religious structures began to take shape. The pharaoh, viewed as both a divine ruler and the earthly representative of the gods, was central to the government. Pharaohs would rule over Egypt for centuries, and their power and influence were supported by a class of officials, priests, and soldiers. In this early period, Egypt's distinct cultural and religious practices began to emerge, setting the stage for the monumental achievements that would follow. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian civilization was its complex and enduring religious system. The Egyptians believed in a multitude of gods and goddesses, each of whom governed various aspects of nature and human life. Central to their belief system was the concept of Ma, which represented order, balance, and justice. The pharaoh was considered the earthly guarantor of Ma, ensuring harmony between the gods, the land, and the people. The dynastic period also saw the development of Egypt's distinct art, architecture, and writing systems. The Egyptians are perhaps best known for their monumental achievements in architecture, including the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, which were built as tombs for the pharaohs. These impressive structures, along with the vast temples, monuments and obelisks that dotted the Egyptian landscape, serve as a testament to the engineering and artistic capabilities of the ancient Egyptians. In terms of writing, the Egyptians developed hieroglyphs, a system of pictorial symbols used to record religious texts, royal decrees and historical events. This writing system played a key role in the preservation of Egypt's history and culture, allowing future generations to understand and learn from the accomplishments of their ancestors. Egypt's rise as a powerful civilization was also facilitated by its access to trade routes, which connected it to the broader Mediterranean world, the Near East and Africa. Egypt's wealth, culture and influence spread throughout the ancient world, and its legacy would continue to inspire civilizations for millennia. In summary, ancient Egypt was born out of its unique geography, the fertile Nile River, and the development of a strong, centralized government under the leadership of the pharaohs. Over time, Egypt would rise to become one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in the ancient world. Its remarkable achievements in art, architecture, religion, and governance would shape the trajectory of history and leave a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The origins of Egyptian religion are deeply entwined with the development of Egyptian society itself. Religion was not just a system of beliefs in ancient Egypt. It was an integral part of daily life, governing everything from politics to social norms to individual actions. The ancient Egyptians believed that their gods were intimately involved in every aspect of their world, from the rising and setting of the sun to the flooding of the Nile. Understanding Egyptian religion requires us to explore how these beliefs emerged, how they evolved, and how they influenced the daily lives of the people. The roots of Egyptian religion are believed to stretch back to pre-dynastic times, long before the unification of Egypt in 3100 BCE. Early Egyptian religious beliefs were animistic, focusing on the worship of natural forces and deities associated with the elements, animals, and aspects of nature. Over time, these beliefs became more structured and began to form a coherent system. As communities grew and settled along the banks of the Nile, the Egyptians began to personify natural forces and the cycles of life and death, leading to the creation of a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. The formation of the Egyptian pantheon was gradual, with local deities worshipped in specific regions, often associated with cities or natural features such as rivers, animals, or the sun. Over time, these regional gods merged and became part of a larger, unified system. The gods in the Egyptian pantheon were typically anthropomorphic, meaning they had human-like features, though they often had animal characteristics as well. Some of the most important gods included Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Isis, the mother goddess, Horus, the god of kingship, and Anubis, the god of mummification. These gods were believed to govern various aspects of the cosmos and were deeply connected to both the natural and supernatural worlds. In addition to the major gods and goddesses, the Egyptians also believed in a variety of spirits and lesser deities who influenced daily life. These included household gods, protective spirits, and deities associated with specific tasks, such as Thoth, the god of writing and knowledge. The importance of these gods in the everyday life of Egyptians cannot be overstated. Priests, temples, and rituals were a constant part of Egyptian society. Religious practices were central to political life as well, as the pharaohs were seen as divine rulers, intermediaries between the gods and the people. The pharaoh's role was not only as a political leader, but also as a religious figure, responsible for maintaining cosmic order and harmony. One of the most important concepts in Egyptian religion was Ma'at, which represented order, balance, and justice. Maat was seen as the fundamental force that maintained harmony in the universe, ensuring that everything in the world functioned according to divine will. Maat was personified as a goddess, often depicted with an ostrich feather on her head. This concept was central to Egyptian spirituality, influencing the actions of the pharaoh and every aspect of the kingdom. The pharaoh's primary duty was to uphold Maat, ensuring that justice and order prevailed both in the physical world and in the afterlife. Maat's role in Egyptian religion extended beyond the actions of the ruler. It was believed that every individual had a responsibility to live according to the principles of Maat, ensuring personal harmony and the well-being of society. This meant behaving in a morally upright manner, following the laws, and respecting the gods. The Egyptians believed that if Maat was disrupted, chaos and disorder would ensue. The concept of Maat was also connected to the idea of judgment in the afterlife. In the judgment hall of Osiris, the deceased's heart was weighed against the feather of Maat to determine whether they had lived a righteous life and could enter the afterlife. The daily rituals and religious observances of the Egyptians were intricately connected to their beliefs in Maat. Temples were built in honor of the gods, where priests performed daily rituals to maintain the favor of the gods and ensure the continued prosperity of Egypt. These rituals involved offerings of food, incense, and other gifts, and were intended to sustain the gods and keep cosmic balance intact. Major festivals and celebrations were held throughout the year to honor specific gods, with the most important being the Festival of the Opet, which celebrated the divine union of the gods and the pharaoh. The Egyptians also believed that their gods had human characteristics and could be both benevolent and wrathful. The gods were seen as protectors, guiding their people through difficult times, but they were also capable of punishing those who violated the principles of Maat. One of the most famous examples of divine wrath is the story of the sun god Ra, who sent the goddess Sekhmet to punish humanity for their disobedience. The balance between divine protection and retribution was an essential part of Egyptian religious thought. In conclusion, the origins of Egyptian religion were shaped by the need to understand and cope with the natural world and the forces that governed it. Over time, this evolved into a rich and complex system of beliefs centered around a pantheon of gods and the concept of Maat. Religion in Egypt was not a separate part of life. It was interwoven with every aspect of society, from governance to daily rituals. The gods and goddesses were seen as integral to the welfare of the state, and their influence extended into every corner of Egyptian life. As such, Egyptian religion played a fundamental role in the development of this great civilization, influencing its politics, culture, and spirituality for centuries. Ra, the sun god, is one of the most powerful and revered deities in ancient Egyptian mythology. As the central figure in Egypt's religious system, Ra was associated with life, light, warmth, and the very essence of creation. His influence was so profound that he became the cornerstone of Egyptian religious thought and was considered the king of all gods. This chapter delves into the myth of Ra's creation, his journey across the sky, and his significant role in Egyptian society and governance. Ra was believed to be the creator of the universe, responsible for bringing light and life to the world. In the Egyptian creation myth, Ra's emergence from the primordial waters of Nun marks the beginning of time and existence. According to one version of the myth, in the beginning there was only darkness and chaos. From the waters of Nun, the ancient Egyptian concept of the primordial ocean, Ra arose as the first divine being. Ra was said to have created himself, and by extension, the cosmos. As the god of the sun, His primary role was to bring order and structure to the world, dispelling the chaos that once ruled. Ra's journey across the sky was a central part of his daily existence. Egyptians believed that Ra's traveled across the sky in his solar bark, a boat that sailed through the heavens each day. As the sun rose in the east, Ra's began his journey, sailing from the horizon to the zenith of the sky, where he would reign supreme. As he traveled, Ra's would pass through different realms, each with its own challenges and obstacles. At night, Ra's would descend into the underworld, known as Duat, where he would battle the forces of darkness and chaos, primarily represented by the serpent Apep or Apophis. The struggle between Ra's and Apep symbolized the eternal fight between order and chaos, light and darkness. The myth of Ra's nightly journey was not only a cosmological explanation for the cycle of day and night, but also a reflection of the ancient Egyptians' belief in the need to maintain harmony and balance in the universe. Ra's victory over Apep each night was seen as essential for the continuation of life and the preservation of Maat, the divine order. This daily cycle reinforced the idea that life itself was an ongoing struggle against disorder, and that divine intervention was necessary to maintain cosmic stability. Ra's association with the pharaohs of Egypt was another crucial aspect of his role in Egyptian religion. The pharaoh was considered not only a political leader, but also a divine ruler on earth, directly descended from Ra's. This divine connection was vital for the legitimacy of the pharaoh's reign. Pharaohs were seen as living embodiments of Ra's power and as intermediaries between the gods and the people. As such, the pharaoh's role was to maintain Maat, the divine order, and ensure that Egypt remained protected and prosperous under Ra's watchful gaze. The association between Ra's and the pharaohs is most evident in the royal titulary, which included the phrase "son of Ra's." This title was a symbol of the pharaoh's divine right to rule and emphasized his close relationship with the sun god. Ra's was seen as the ultimate source of royal authority, and the pharaoh's actions were believed to reflect the will of Ra's. In this sense, the pharaoh was not just a political leader, but a manifestation of Ra's divine power and will on earth. One of the most important aspects of the relationship between Ra's and the pharaoh was the pharaoh's role in maintaining the cosmic order. The pharaoh was seen as the protector of Maat, ensuring that the universe remained in balance and that the natural cycles of life continued uninterrupted. Just as Ra's brought light and life to the world each day, it was the responsibility of the pharaoh to bring order, justice and prosperity to Egypt. The pharaoh's ability to maintain Maat was believed to directly affect the well-being of the country, its people and its rulers. Ra's influence extended beyond the political realm. He was also associated with various temples and monuments built in his honor. The most famous of these is the Temple of Ra's at Heliopolis, which became a major center of worship. At the temple, priests would perform elaborate rituals and sacrifices to honor Ra's and ensure his continued favor. Ra's image was often depicted as a man with the head of a hawk, crowned with a solar disk, which became one of the most recognizable symbols in Egyptian art. His presence was felt not only in religious contexts, but in every aspect of Egyptian culture, from art to architecture to daily life. The concept of Ra's eternal presence and power was also reflected in the Egyptian practice of sun worship. Temples dedicated to Ra's were built throughout Egypt, and sun worship became an important part of Egyptian religious practice. The daily worship of Ra's was not limited to the elite. The general population participated in various sun-related rituals and festivals, which were believed to invoke Ra's blessings for the country's prosperity. In summary, Ra was not only the sun god, but also the very essence of creation, light and life in ancient Egypt. His creation myth explained the origins of the world and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Ra's daily journey across the sky symbolized the cyclical nature of life, while his battle with Apep represented the constant need to uphold Ma'at, the divine order. His association with the pharaohs emphasized the divine right to rule, and the pharaohs themselves were seen as manifestations of Ra's power. Through the worship of Ra, the ancient Egyptians sought to ensure the continued prosperity and stability of their civilization, placing the sun god at the center of their religious, political, and cultural life. The myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most powerful and influential stories in ancient Egyptian mythology. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his wife Isis are central figures in the Egyptian religious system, representing death, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became a symbol of hope for the Egyptians, reinforcing their beliefs about the afterlife and the importance of moral behavior in life. Osiris was originally a god associated with fertility and agriculture. He was a beloved ruler of Egypt, bringing prosperity and abundance to the land. His wife Isis was a goddess of magic and wisdom, known for her devotion to Osiris and her powerful abilities to heal and protect. Together, they represented the harmonious balance of life, death, and rebirth. The myth takes a dark turn when Osiris's brother Set, the god of chaos and destruction, becomes jealous of Osiris's popularity and power. In his envy, Set devises a cunning plan to kill Osiris and take his throne. Set traps Osiris in a beautiful, ornately decorated coffin, which he seals and throws into the Nile River. The coffin is carried away, and Osiris's body is eventually discovered by Isis. Heartbroken, Isis embarks on a quest to find and restore her beloved husband. With the help of her magical powers and the assistance of her sister Nephthys and the jackal-headed god Anubis, Isis is able to recover Osiris's body. However, Set, not willing to allow his brother's resurrection, dismembers Osiris's body and scatters the pieces across Egypt. Undeterred, Isis and her sister search for and reassemble Osiris's body, bringing him back to life through the power of her magic. The resurrection of Osiris is one of the most significant events in Egyptian mythology. It symbolizes the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Osiris's ability to be resurrected represents the promise of life after death and the possibility of regeneration. Osiris, after his resurrection, becomes the ruler of the afterlife, presiding over the judgment of souls and guiding the dead to their final resting place. The concept of the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs, and Osiris was the key figure in this process. The idea that one could live again in a different form after death provided comfort and hope to the ancient Egyptians. Osiris's resurrection also had profound implications for the pharaohs of Egypt. Pharaohs were considered to be the living embodiments of Horus, the son of Osiris, and were thus directly connected to Osiris in both life and death. After their deaths, the pharaohs were believed to join Osiris in the afterlife, and they were often depicted as being reborn in a similar way to their divine ancestor. This connection between Osiris and the pharaohs reinforced the concept of divine kingship and the idea that death was not an end, but a continuation of the eternal cycle. The myth of Osiris and Isis also had a significant impact on the religious practices of ancient Egypt. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became the basis for many of the rituals and beliefs surrounding burial and the afterlife. Egyptians believed that through proper burial rites and offerings to the gods, the soul could be assured of its place in the afterlife, where Osiris would judge it and determine its fate. In addition to its religious significance within Egypt, the myth of Osiris and Isis also influenced the afterlife beliefs of later civilizations. The story of Osiris's resurrection would later be echoed in various religious traditions, especially in the concept of a dying and rising god, a motif that appears in numerous mythologies across the world. Some scholars believe that the Osiris myth may have influenced the development of Christian resurrection theology, with similarities between the resurrection of Osiris and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Osiris also became a symbol of hope for the common people of Egypt. In a society where life was often difficult and uncertain, the story of Osiris's resurrection reminded the Egyptians that death was not the end, and that there was hope for renewal and rebirth. The resurrection of Osiris represented the idea that life, in all its forms, was cyclical, renewed each day with the rising of the sun, and again with the resurrection of Osiris. In conclusion, the myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most important and enduring stories in ancient Egyptian religion. It encapsulates the central themes of life, death, and resurrection, offering Egyptians both a moral framework for living and a vision of hope for the afterlife. The story's impact extended far beyond Egypt, influencing the religious traditions of later civilizations and continuing to resonate through time as a powerful symbol of rebirth and eternal life. The early dynastic period of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 3100 BCE to 2686 BCE, marks a crucial phase in the formation of one of the most powerful and enduring civilizations in history. It is during this period that Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the rule of the first pharaoh, Narmer, also known as Menes. This unification laid the foundation for Egypt's political structure and religious beliefs, while the establishment of the First Dynasty helped to solidify the concept of divine kingship. The story of Narmer's unification of Egypt is one of the most important moments in the history of the ancient world. Narmer, who ruled around 3100 BCE, is believed to have been the king who succeeded in bringing together the two previously separate regions of Upper and Lower Egypt. The unification was symbolized by the creation of the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial slate slab depicting Narmer wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt. This image clearly shows Narmer as the supreme ruler of both regions, and the palette itself represents one of the earliest examples of Egyptian art that illustrates the idea of unified Egypt. Narmer's successful unification allowed him to establish the First Dynasty, which marked the beginning of a long line of rulers that would dominate Egypt for the next 3 millennia. The title of pharaoh, which was used to refer to the king of Egypt, came to be associated with both political authority and divine status. Pharaohs were considered not only as the supreme political rulers, but also as divine intermediaries between the gods and the people. Their role as the earthly embodiment of the gods made them central to both the governance of Egypt and its religious practices. With the establishment of the First Dynasty, the pharaohs became key figures in both the spiritual and political lives of the Egyptian people. Their divine status was reflected in their association with the gods, and their authority was seen as ordained by the divine forces. This connection to the gods played a crucial role in ensuring the pharaoh's legitimacy and power. The idea of divine kingship also helped to reinforce social order in Egypt, as the pharaoh was seen as a symbol of the gods' will on earth. Another key aspect of the early dynastic period was the beginning of pyramid building projects. Early on, the pharaohs sought to demonstrate their power, wealth, and divine connection through monumental architecture. The construction of large-scale structures, including mastebous rectangular tombs and early pyramids, signaled the pharaoh's desire for eternal life and their role in the afterlife. The pyramids, as elaborate tombs for the pharaohs, also reflected the central role of religion in Egyptian life. These tombs were designed not only to house the pharaoh's body, but also to provide a space for their soul to reside in the afterlife. The earliest pyramid building project was the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, built for Pharaoh Djoser during the 3rd dynasty c. 2670 BCE. This pyramid, designed by the architect Imhotep, represented a major architectural innovation and marked the beginning of Egypt's pyramid building tradition. The step pyramid's construction demonstrated the pharaoh's ability to mobilize vast resources and labor forces, as well as the importance of religion in Egyptian society. It was also one of the first large stone structures built in Egypt, setting the stage for the later, more iconic pyramids of the Old Kingdom. The role of the pharaohs in Egyptian religion was intertwined with their political authority. As divine rulers, the pharaohs were seen as responsible for maintaining Ma'at, the ancient Egyptian concept of order, justice and harmony. Ma'at was not only a moral code but also a cosmic order that governed both the heavens and the earth. The pharaoh was expected to uphold Ma'at by maintaining peace and prosperity, overseeing the proper performance of religious rituals, and ensuring that Egypt was in balance with the gods. The pharaoh's ability to do this was believed to be essential for the continued welfare of the country. In addition to overseeing the rituals that ensured Egypt's continued prosperity, the pharaohs were also responsible for the construction of temples dedicated to the gods. These temples, which were often grand and lavish, served as the focal point for religious life in Egypt. Within these temples, the pharaohs performed rituals and made offerings to the gods to ensure the gods' favor and the prosperity of the land. The early dynastic period laid the groundwork for many of the religious and political practices that would define Egyptian civilization for centuries to come. It established the divine nature of the pharaoh's role and the importance of monumental architecture in expressing power and devotion to the gods. As Egypt moved into the Old Kingdom, the role of the pharaohs in both politics and religion would continue to evolve, leading to the creation of some of the most iconic structures in history, including the Great Pyramids of Giza. In conclusion, the early dynastic period was a foundational time in the history of Egypt. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under Nama, the establishment of the First Dynasty, and the rise of the pharaoh as a divine ruler set the stage for the grandeur and influence of Egyptian civilization. The early pyramid building projects and the central role of religion in political life shaped the trajectory of ancient Egypt for centuries, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, is considered one of the most remarkable periods in the history of Egyptian civilization. This era saw the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, monumental achievements that not only symbolized the power and wealth of the pharaohs, but also reflected the deep religious beliefs that permeated ancient Egyptian society. It was a time when the pharaoh was seen as the divine ruler, a living god whose role was critical in ensuring the harmony of the cosmos and the prosperity of the nation. The Fourth Dynasty is most famously associated with the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops. Khufu's reign marked the pinnacle of pyramid construction, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza being his crowning achievement. This pyramid, the largest of the 3 pyramids at Giza, is one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and stands as a testament to the pharaoh's power and vision. The Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall, and it remains the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. It was built with millions of limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, and the scale of the pyramid's construction required a massive workforce of laborers, engineers and craftsmen. Khufu's pyramid was not only an engineering marvel, but also a deeply religious symbol. The pyramid was designed to be the pharaoh's tomb, but it was also meant to facilitate his journey to the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pharaohs were not just kings, but were considered divine beings, living gods on earth. The construction of the pyramid was thus seen as a means of ensuring the pharaoh's immortality and divine favor in the afterlife. The pyramid, as well as the surrounding complex of temples and smaller pyramids for the pharaoh's family members, were designed to serve as places where the pharaoh's soul could rest in eternity. Pharaoh Khufu's divine status was not an isolated concept. It was part of a broader religious framework that emphasized the pharaoh's connection to the gods, particularly Ra, the sun god. Ra was believed to be the creator of all life, and the pharaoh, as the living incarnation of Ra, was seen as the intermediary between the gods and the people. This divine status of the pharaoh was essential in maintaining Ma'at, the Egyptian concept of order, balance and justice, which was vital for the continued prosperity of Egypt. During the Fourth Dynasty, the belief in the pharaoh's divine nature was reinforced through rituals, monuments and inscriptions that linked the pharaoh with the gods. Khufu, for example, was often depicted in royal imagery as a godlike figure, further solidifying his divine status. The building of massive pyramids such as the Great Pyramid was a physical manifestation of this divine connection. By constructing these grand structures, the pharaohs were not just asserting their political power, but were also fulfilling their religious duties to ensure the favor of the gods and the stability of the world. Another significant development during the Fourth Dynasty was the introduction of the concept of the Ka, which would become central to Egyptian ideas about the afterlife. The Ka was believed to be a person's soul or spiritual essence, and it was thought to live on after the body's death. The pharaoh's Ka was considered to be eternal, continuing to exist in the afterlife. This belief influenced the construction of elaborate tombs, as the pharaoh's Ka needed a place to reside after death. The pyramid was therefore not only a tomb, but also a place for the pharaoh's Ka to be preserved for eternity. The concept of the Ka also had a broader societal impact. It reinforced the belief that the soul was just as important as the body, and that the afterlife was an extension of earthly life. The Ka required offerings of food, drink, and other items to ensure its well-being in the afterlife. This is why tombs were often filled with goods that the deceased might need in the next world. For the pharaohs, these goods were often placed in elaborate burial chambers within the pyramids, ensuring that the pharaoh's Ka would remain nourished and cared for in the afterlife. In addition to Khufu, his successors in the Fourth Dynasty, such as Pharaoh Khafre Chephren and Pharaoh Menkaure, continued the tradition of pyramid building. Khafre, for example, built the second pyramid at Giza, and his complex is also home to the famous Great Sphinx, a massive limestone statue with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. The Sphinx is believed to represent Khafre himself, further emphasizing the pharaoh's divine nature and his role as a god on earth. The pyramid building projects of the Fourth Dynasty were not only about the pharaoh's afterlife, but also about reinforcing the political and religious order of Egypt. These massive monuments were symbols of the pharaoh's power and divine right to rule, and they served as reminders of the eternal connection between the ruler and the gods. They were also expressions of Egypt's ability to mobilize labor, resources, and technology to create awe-inspiring structures that would stand for millennia. In conclusion, the Pyramid Age and the Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt represent one of the most extraordinary periods in the history of the ancient world. The reign of Pharaoh Khufu, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, stands as a lasting testament to the divine authority of the pharaohs and their role in ensuring the balance of the universe. The introduction of the Ka and the emphasis on the afterlife further solidified the religious beliefs of the time, and the pyramid-building projects of the era were monumental, both in their scope and their cultural significance. The legacy of the Fourth Dynasty continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egypt and the ancient world as a whole. The Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which lasted from around 2055 to 1650 BCE, marks a pivotal period in ancient Egyptian history. This era followed a time of instability known as the First Intermediate Period, where the once unified kingdom had fractured, leading to political disarray and decentralization. As Egypt transitioned from the Old Kingdom, the power of the pharaohs was restored, and a new era of stability and prosperity emerged. The Middle Kingdom would lay the groundwork for many of Egypt's most lasting achievements, both politically and religiously. The Middle Kingdom began with the reunification of Egypt under Pharaoh Mentuhotep II, who established the 11th dynasty. His victory over rival dynasties and his ability to restore centralized authority were crucial in bringing Egypt out of the chaos of the First Intermediate Period. Following his reign, the 12th dynasty, which included pharaohs like Amenemhat I and Senusret I, brought further stability to the nation. These pharaohs focused on administrative reforms, military campaigns, and large-scale building projects, which marked the beginning of the Golden Age of the Middle Kingdom. One of the most significant developments during the Middle Kingdom was the rise of the god Amun. Amun's emergence as a powerful deity reflects the broader religious transformations that took place during this period. Initially, Amun was a local god worshipped primarily in Thebes, a city in Upper Egypt. However, as the Middle Kingdom progressed, Amun's status was elevated, and he became one of the most important gods in the Egyptian pantheon. Amun's rise to prominence coincided with the growing political and religious power of Thebes. As the capital of the Middle Kingdom shifted back to Thebes, Amun became closely associated with the pharaohs, who sought to consolidate their political and divine power by aligning themselves with this powerful god. Amun's attributes as a creator god and his connection to the sun made him an appealing figure for the pharaohs, who were eager to strengthen their divine right to rule. Over time, Amun's role expanded, and he was associated with creation, fertility, and kingship. The role of Amun in religious life reached its peak during the reign of Pharaoh Amenemhat II, who ruled during the 12th dynasty. Amenemhat II, like his predecessors, worked to strengthen the political and religious unity of Egypt, and he did so in part by fostering the worship of Amun. This religious alliance between the pharaohs and Amun helped to solidify the legitimacy of the ruling family, as it reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's power came from divine favor. Amenemhat II and his successors built grand temples dedicated to Amun in Thebes, which became a center of religious worship and political authority. During the Middle Kingdom, pharaohs were often portrayed as the earthly representatives of the gods, and they used their connection to Amun to further strengthen their rule. Amun was seen as a protector of the pharaoh and the nation, and his favor was crucial for ensuring the pharaoh's success in both war and peace. As the pharaoh's association with Amun grew, the god's cult became increasingly influential, and his high priests gained significant power and wealth. This growing influence of Amun would have long-lasting consequences for Egyptian religion. By the New Kingdom period, Amun would be firmly established as the king of the gods, a status he would hold for centuries. The rise of Amun also led to the development of monumental religious architecture, including the vast temple complexes that would be built in his honor, such as the Temple of Karnak. The construction of these temples became a symbol of both the pharaoh's devotion to Amun and the pharaoh's divine right to rule Egypt. Another important aspect of the Middle Kingdom was the development of literature and culture. The pharaohs of the 12th dynasty were not only great military and political leaders, but also patrons of the arts. This period saw the production of some of the most famous works of Egyptian literature, including the wisdom literature and the Tale of Sinuhe, a narrative that explores themes of exile, identity, and the divine order. These literary works reflect the values and beliefs of the time and offer insight into the social and religious landscape of the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom also saw the beginning of Egypt's expansion beyond its borders. Pharaohs like Senusret III launched military campaigns into Nubia and the Sinai Peninsula, securing valuable resources and asserting Egyptian power over neighboring regions. These campaigns were not just about territorial expansion. They were also a way for the pharaohs to reinforce their divine right to rule by demonstrating their power and influence over foreign lands. In conclusion, the Middle Kingdom was a time of consolidation for Egypt, both politically and religiously. The transition from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom brought stability after a period of turmoil, and the rise of Amun as a major deity played a central role in this process. The pharaohs' association with Amun helped to legitimize their power, and the god's influence would continue to grow throughout Egyptian history. The Middle Kingdom also saw advancements in literature, military expansion, and monumental architecture, all of which contributed to Egypt's long-lasting legacy. The Middle Kingdom is remembered as a time of great achievement, and it set the stage for the golden age of the new kingdom that would follow. The reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten, c. 1353–1336 BCE, represents one of the most radical and controversial periods in ancient Egyptian history. Known for his religious revolution, Akhenaten introduced a drastic departure from the long-established polytheistic beliefs of Egypt by embracing monotheism. His dedication to the worship of Aten, the sun disk, marked a significant shift in both religious practices and societal norms. This chapter will explore Akhenaten's religious reform, its impact on Egyptian art and culture, and the return to traditional polytheism after his death. Akhenaten, originally named Amenhotep IV, ascended to the throne during the 18th dynasty, a period when Egypt was at the height of its power. Initially, he ruled under the traditional pantheon of gods, but in a dramatic break with tradition, Akhenaten introduced the worship of Aten as the sole god. Aten, depicted as a sun disk with rays extending to the earth, became the central figure in Akhenaten's religious vision. Unlike the other gods, who were often represented in human or animal form, Aten was symbolized as a simple disk of light, emphasizing his abstract, all-encompassing nature. This religious revolution was not merely a change in the gods worshipped, it was an entire reorganization of Egyptian society and culture. Akhenaten built a new capital city, Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, which was dedicated entirely to the worship of Aten. The city was designed with an open, airy layout, reflecting the god's association with the sun and the sky. Akhenaten's decision to move the capital away from Thebes, the traditional center of religious power, was a bold political statement as well. He aimed to shift both the political and religious center of Egypt to Aten, and away from the established priesthood of Amun, who had long held great influence in Egypt. Akhenaten's religious reform also had a profound impact on Egyptian art. Traditional Egyptian art had followed strict conventions, with idealized depictions of the pharaohs and gods. However, during Akhenaten's reign, there was a radical departure from these norms. In the art of the Amarna period, Akhenaten and his family were depicted with exaggerated features, such as elongated heads and necks, which may have symbolized their divine nature, or simply been a stylistic choice. These depictions were far more naturalistic than previous royal portrayals, which had adhered to rigid conventions of royal perfection. This shift in artistic style is seen as a reflection of Akhenaten's desire to emphasize a more personal and intimate connection with the divine, as opposed to the grand, idealized representations of past pharaohs. In addition to the religious and artistic changes, Akhenaten's reign also led to significant social and economic disruptions. The shift to the worship of Aten undermined the power of the priesthood of Amun, who had controlled vast wealth and influence. As Akhenaten reduced the prominence of Amun and the traditional temples, it is likely that many in Egyptian society, especially the priests and elites, resisted his reforms. This disruption, combined with other factors such as the decline of Egypt's international influence during Akhenaten's reign, may have contributed to the instability that followed his death. Akhenaten's religious reforms were not long-lasting. After his death, his successor, the boy pharaoh Tutankhamun, restored the traditional polytheistic beliefs and the worship of Amun. Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, marked a return to the old religious order. The city of Akhetamun was abandoned, and the focus of religious and political life returned to Thebes and the worship of the traditional gods. Akhenaten's successor, I, also continued this trend by erasing Akhenaten's name and legacy from monuments and inscriptions. The restoration of polytheism was followed by a return to the strong influence of the Amun priesthood. The power and wealth of the priesthood of Amun were quickly restored, and the gods of Egypt returned to their prominent positions in the religious hierarchy. Akhenaten's radical religious reforms were largely erased from memory, and his reign became an anomaly in Egyptian history. However, despite the eventual return to polytheism, Akhenaten's reign had a lasting impact on Egyptian art and culture. The artistic style of the Amun period influenced subsequent generations of Egyptian artists who incorporated elements of Akhenaten's more naturalistic approach into their work. Additionally, Akhenaten's attempt at monotheism sparked debates that would resurface in later periods of Egyptian history, as well as in other ancient civilizations. Akhenaten's religious revolution remains one of the most fascinating and perplexing episodes in ancient Egyptian history. His shift to monotheism and the worship of Akhenaten was a bold experiment in religious and political power, but it was ultimately short-lived. Nevertheless, his reign continues to capture the imagination of scholars and historians who debate the reasons behind his religious reforms and their impact on Egyptian society. In the end, Akhenaten's legacy is one of both innovation and rejection, a reminder of the complexity and fluidity of religious and cultural traditions in ancient Egypt. The discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter remains one of the most significant archaeological finds in history. The tomb, located in the Valley of the Kings, contained an extraordinary wealth of treasures, including the famous gold mask of Tutankhamun, as well as countless artifacts that have provided invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian culture, art, and religion. This discovery not only brought King Tut to international fame, but also shed new light on the religious and political history of Egypt, particularly during the transition from the reign of Akhenaten to the restoration of traditional polytheistic worship. Tutankhamun ascended to the throne at a young age, likely around the age of 9 or 10, following the death of his father, Akhenaten, and the subsequent collapse of Akhenaten's religious reforms. Akhenaten's attempt to establish the worship of Akhenes, the sole god, had been deeply controversial, and after his death, the return to the traditional religious order was inevitable. As pharaoh, Tutankhamun was a figurehead, with the real power lying in the hands of his advisors, such as the vizier I and General Horemheb. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Tutankhamun's reign was marked by the restoration of the traditional polytheistic beliefs that had been disrupted by Akhenaten. Tutankhamun's most significant religious actions were his restoration of the worship of the old gods, particularly Amun, the chief deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Akhenaten's efforts to suppress the worship of Amun had caused widespread unrest, and the return to the traditional gods was seen as a necessary step to heal the divisions caused by Akhenaten's reign. Tutankhamun's restoration of Amun worship included the reopening of temples that had been closed during the Amun period and the reinstatement of the powerful Amun priesthood. The pharaoh also took steps to erase Akhenaten's name from monuments and inscriptions as part of the broader effort to undo his predecessor's religious changes. Although Tutankhamun's reign was short, he died around the age of 18 or 19. His restoration of the old gods had a profound impact on Egyptian religious life. The gods, such as Amun, Osiris, and Ra, returned to their central positions in the Egyptian religious system. Amun, in particular, regained his status as the king of the gods, and his cult based in Thebes flourished once again. The power of the priesthood of Amun was strengthened, and Egypt's religious and political landscape returned to the familiar order that had existed prior to Akhenaten's reforms. In addition to the religious changes, the afterlife beliefs of Egyptian pharaohs also played a central role in Tutankhamun's reign. Like all pharaohs, Tutankhamun's ultimate goal was to ensure a successful journey to the afterlife, where he would join the gods and continue his reign in a divine realm. Egyptian religion held that the pharaoh's soul, or Ka, was eternal, and it was the pharaoh's duty to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic order, during his reign. Upon death, the pharaoh's Ka was believed to journey through the underworld, facing various trials and challenges before ultimately reaching the realm of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Osiris was one of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and his role in the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs. Osiris, originally a god of fertility and agriculture, became associated with death and resurrection. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was murdered by his brother Set and dismembered, but his wife, Isis, successfully reassembled his body, allowing him to be resurrected. This myth of death and rebirth was symbolic of the eternal cycle of life, death and renewal, and it was central to the pharaoh's understanding of the afterlife. The pharaoh's connection to Osiris was believed to ensure his immortality. Upon death, the pharaoh's body would be preserved through mummification, and his Ka would be placed in a tomb along with offerings for the afterlife. The tomb of Tutankhamun, for example, contained not only the pharaoh's mummy, but also a wealth of objects intended to ensure his comfort and survival in the afterlife. These items included furniture, clothing, jewelry, and food, as well as statues and representations of the gods, including Osiris and Amun. The tomb of Tutankhamun also revealed the pharaoh's close connection to the god Ra, the sun god, who was believed to journey through the sky each day, bringing light and life to the world. Ra's influence on Egyptian religion was profound, and the pharaoh's role as the living embodiment of Ra was a central part of his divine authority. In the afterlife, the pharaoh was thought to join Ra in the celestial realm, ensuring the continued order and prosperity of Egypt. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb not only provided a wealth of material culture, but also illuminated the religious and spiritual beliefs of ancient Egypt. The tomb's treasures, many of which were devoted to the gods of Egypt, reveal the deep reverence with which the pharaohs approached the divine realm. Tutankhamun's tomb contained numerous statues, amulets, and inscriptions that demonstrate the importance of the gods in his life and death. These artifacts highlight the belief in a divine order that transcended earthly existence and the pharaoh's essential role in maintaining that order. In conclusion, Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, was marked by the restoration of Egypt's traditional polytheistic beliefs and a return to the worship of the gods, particularly Amun and Osiris. The discovery of his tomb has provided modern scholars with unparalleled insight into the religious practices, art, and material culture of ancient Egypt. The gods of Egypt, from Amun and Osiris to Ra, played a central role in the afterlife beliefs of the pharaohs, and the legacy of these beliefs continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world today. The New Kingdom c. 1550–1070 BCE is often regarded as the peak of ancient Egyptian civilization, marked by immense military power, cultural flourishing, and monumental building projects. Among the many great pharaohs of this period, Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, stands out as one of the most influential and legendary rulers in Egyptian history. His reign, lasting from 1279 to 1213 BCE, is considered a high point in Egyptian power, with Ramses II being celebrated for his military successes, his role in constructing vast temple complexes, and his consolidation of Egypt's divine right to rule through his association with the gods. Ramses II's reign followed a period of relative stability after the turbulent 18th dynasty, during which Egypt had established its dominance in the ancient world. Under Ramses II, Egypt reached the height of its territorial expansion and political influence. His military campaigns, especially against the Hittites in the Battle of Kadesh, demonstrated his prowess as a warrior and strategic leader. Although the battle itself was inconclusive, Ramses II presented it as a great victory, securing his reputation as a defender of Egypt's borders and an upholder of Ma'at, the divine order. The gods played a central role in legitimizing Ramses II's reign, reinforcing his divine right to rule. Amun, Ra, and Pa, three of the most powerful gods in the Egyptian pantheon, were closely associated with the pharaoh, as they were with all Egyptian rulers. Amun, as the king of the gods, was the most prominent deity associated with Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the earthly representative of Amun, who was believed to give the pharaoh divine sanction to rule. The close relationship between Ramses II and Amun was evident in the construction of grand temples and monuments dedicated to the god, which not only served religious purposes, but also reinforced the pharaoh's authority and divine right. Ra, the sun god, was also of central importance during Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the living embodiment of Ra, particularly in the context of his military campaigns, where he was shown as a divine warrior under Ra's protection. Ra's influence extended beyond the earthly realm, as the pharaoh was also believed to join Ra in the afterlife, continuing his rule in the celestial realm. The pharaoh's association with Ra reinforced his status as the protector of Egypt and the guarantor of its prosperity. Ptah, the god of creation and craftsmanship, was another important deity during Ramses II's reign. Ptah was particularly associated with the city of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, and Ramses II, as a ruler deeply invested in monumental architecture, sought to honor Ptah through the construction of temples and statues. The pharaoh's connection to Ptah underscored his role as a builder and creator, further solidifying his divine authority. Ramses II's dedication to the gods was not limited to his military exploits. It was also expressed in his monumental construction projects. Throughout his reign, Ramses II oversaw the building of some of Egypt's most iconic temples and monuments, many of which were dedicated to the gods he revered. One of the most famous of these is the Abu Simbel complex, located in southern Egypt near the Nubian border. The temple at Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside, is an awe-inspiring example of Ramses II's architectural ambition. The complex features 4 colossal statues of Ramses II seated on a throne, symbolizing his dominance over both the earthly and divine realms. The Abu Simbel temples were not only a testament to Ramses II's grandeur, but also a demonstration of the pharaoh's role as the chosen of the gods. The temples were specifically designed to honor Ra-Horakhti, the sun god, and to celebrate Ramses II's divine right to rule. The most impressive aspect of the Abu Simbel temple is the fact that twice a year during the solstices, the sunlight would penetrate deep into the temple's inner sanctum, illuminating the statues of Ramses II and the gods, further emphasizing the pharaoh's connection to Ra and the divine. In addition to the Abu Simbel temples, Ramses II also commissioned the construction of several other monumental structures, including the Ramseum, a mortuary temple dedicated to his own memory, and the temple at Karnak, which was expanded and enriched during his reign. These monumental buildings not only showcased Ramses II's devotion to the gods, but also reinforced his legacy as a ruler who had ensured Egypt's prosperity and divine favor. Ramses II's reign was also marked by the flourishing of Egyptian art, literature, and culture. The pharaoh was not only a military and political leader, but also a patron of the arts. His reign saw the production of grand inscriptions and reliefs that depicted his victories, divine associations, and building projects. The artistry of the time reflected the grandeur and power of the pharaoh, with intricate carvings, paintings, and sculptures that continue to captivate audiences today. Ramses II's long reign, which lasted 66 years, was a time of unparalleled peace and prosperity for Egypt, but it also marked the apex of Egypt's imperial ambitions. By the time of his death, Egypt had become the dominant power in the ancient world, and Ramses II's legacy as one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs was firmly established. His military victories, religious devotion, and monumental building projects ensured that his name would be remembered for millennia. In conclusion, the reign of Ramses II represents the height of Egypt's power during the New Kingdom. The pharaoh's close association with the gods, particularly Amun-Ra and Ptah, reinforced his divine right to rule, and his grand building projects, including the Abu Simbel temples, stand as enduring symbols of his authority and devotion. Ramses II's reign was a time of military success, cultural flourishing, and religious consolidation, and his legacy continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774 meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the Siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city, while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease, and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, after riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, from economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, His legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governance. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now, the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy once again proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the two-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets, and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the Capitol served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, After riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796. This address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests, rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses, such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision, who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world. The origins of the Vikings can be traced back to the rugged and diverse landscapes of Scandinavia, a region that encompasses present-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Before the Viking Age officially began in the late 8th century, the Norse people had already developed a distinct cultural and societal identity. Their way of life was shaped by the challenging geography of the region, where dense forests, fjords, and mountains influenced settlement patterns and economic activities. Agriculture was difficult due to the harsh climate, leading many to rely on fishing, hunting, and trade. The long, dark winters and short summers played a crucial role in shaping their resilience and adaptability. Early Scandinavian society was structured around local communities, known as clans or kindreds, which were led by chieftains. These leaders were responsible for maintaining order, settling disputes, and leading warriors in battle. Society was divided into 3 main classes: the jarls, the aristocratic rulers who controlled land and resources; the carls, who were free farmers, craftsmen, and traders; and the thralls, who were slaves captured in war or born into servitude. This hierarchical system ensured that power and wealth were concentrated among the ruling elite, but the system also allowed for some social mobility through acts of bravery, trade, and marriage alliances. Despite being decentralized, Scandinavian societies maintained a strong sense of law and justice. Assemblies known as things served as governing councils where free men could voice their opinions, resolve disputes, and create laws. These gatherings were crucial in maintaining order and reinforcing the principles of honor and loyalty that were deeply ingrained in Norse culture. Honor was of utmost importance, and personal reputation often determined an individual's standing within the community. Feuds and blood vengeance were common, as families sought to protect their honor through retaliation when wronged. Religious beliefs played a fundamental role in shaping the worldview of the Norse people. Before the widespread adoption of Christianity, they practiced what is now referred to as Norse paganism, a polytheistic religion centered around a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Odin the Allfather was revered as the god of wisdom, war, and death, often depicted as a one-eyed wanderer seeking knowledge. Thor, the god of thunder and protector of humanity, wielded his mighty hammer Mjolnir to battle giants and other forces of chaos. Freyja, the goddess of love, fertility, and war, held a prominent place in Norse mythology, along with her twin brother Freyr, who was associated with prosperity and harvests. The Norse cosmos was envisioned as a great tree called Yggdrasil, which connected the 9 realms, including Asgard, the home of the gods, Midgard, the realm of humans, and Hel, the underworld ruled by the goddess Hel. The concept of fate, or word, was deeply embedded in their beliefs, with the Norns, 3 mystical beings weaving the destinies of gods and men alike. The afterlife was a crucial aspect of Norse mythology, with warriors who died bravely in battle being chosen by the Valkyries to reside in Valhalla, Odin's great hall, where they would prepare for Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world. Sacrificial rituals and ceremonies were common in Norse religious practices. Temples and sacred groves served as places of worship where offerings of food, weapons, and sometimes even human sacrifices were made to appease the gods. Seasonal festivals marked important events, such as the winter solstice, which was celebrated as Yule, a time of feasting and honoring the gods. The Norse also believed in spirits and supernatural beings, including elves, dwarves, and land spirits, which played a role in their daily lives and agricultural practices. By the time the Viking Age began, the Norse people had developed a robust and dynamic society shaped by their environment, traditions, and religious beliefs. Their warrior culture, seafaring expertise, and trading networks set the stage for the expansion that would define the Viking Age. The values of honor, loyalty, and resilience remained at the core of their identity, influencing their interactions with the wider world in the centuries to come. The Viking Age officially began with one of the most infamous raids in European history. On June 8, 793 AD, a fleet of Viking longships appeared off the coast of Northumbria, heading for Lindisfarne, a small island home to a wealthy monastery. The monks who lived there had little warning before the Norse warriors stormed the island, looting its treasures, burning its buildings, and slaughtering or enslaving many of its inhabitants. The attack on Lindisfarne shocked the Christian world, marking the beginning of what would become centuries of Viking raids across Europe. The brutality of the attack left a lasting impression, as the sacred site was reduced to ruins, and survivors spread word of the northern invaders who showed no regard for the Christian faith or its places of worship. The reasons behind the sudden Viking expansion are complex and rooted in a combination of economic, political, and environmental factors. One of the primary motivations was the search for wealth. The Vikings came from societies that relied heavily on trade, and they knew that monasteries and towns across Europe were rich in gold, silver, and valuable goods. The fragmentation of political power in many parts of Europe made these targets even more vulnerable. The Carolingian Empire in France, Anglo-Saxon England, and the various kingdoms of Ireland were often engaged in internal conflicts, making it easy for small, highly mobile Viking raiding parties to strike without facing strong resistance. The lack of a centralized defensive system in many regions allowed the Vikings to exploit weaknesses and return year after year to pillage new locations. Another major factor driving Viking expansion was the growing population of Scandinavia. By the late 8th century, limited arable land and increasing competition among chieftains created pressure to seek new territories. Younger sons who had no inheritance opportunities at home often turned to raiding as a way to gain wealth and status. Some Norse groups eventually transitioned from raiding to settling in new lands, establishing long-term Viking communities in England, Ireland, and France. Over time, these settlements grew into powerful strongholds, influencing the cultural and political landscapes of the regions they occupied. Many Vikings took local wives, adopted regional customs, and integrated into existing societies, gradually shifting from plunderers to rulers. The technological superiority of the Viking longship played a crucial role in their early success. These ships were designed for speed, agility, and the ability to navigate both open seas and shallow rivers. This versatility allowed Viking raiders to strike deep into the heart of Europe, attacking inland settlements that had never faced seaborne threats before. Their hit-and-run tactics made them difficult to predict and counter. Rather than engaging in prolonged sieges or large-scale battles, Viking warriors preferred quick, brutal assaults that left little time for organized defense. Their longships could be hauled over land and used to bypass enemy fortifications, giving them a strategic advantage that few other armies possessed at the time. Early Viking raids targeted isolated monasteries, coastal villages, and unprotected trade centers. Monasteries were particularly attractive because they were not only rich but also lightly defended. The monks who lived there had no military training, and Christian doctrine discouraged armed resistance. Viking attacks on monasteries spread quickly across Europe, with similar raids occurring in Scotland, Ireland, and the Frankish territories within just a few years of Lindisfarne. The psychological impact of these raids was immense, as terrified communities fled before the Viking onslaught, abandoning their homes and wealth in the face of the seemingly unstoppable northern warriors. The success of these early raids encouraged more warriors to join the Viking expeditions. What began as small-scale plundering soon evolved into organized, large-scale campaigns involving hundreds of ships and thousands of warriors. As Viking leaders amassed wealth and power, they became more ambitious, moving beyond simple raiding to the establishment of permanent settlements and even attempts at conquest. In some cases, entire armies were formed, led by powerful warlords who sought to carve out their own kingdoms in foreign lands. Viking-controlled territories such as the Danelaw in England and the Duchy of Normandy in France emerged as a direct result of these conquests, altering the political landscape of medieval Europe. The Viking Age was only just beginning, and Europe would never be the same again. The fear and awe that the Vikings inspired would shape the policies of kings and emperors, forcing them to develop new military strategies and fortifications to protect their lands. Over the next several centuries, Viking expansion would continue, leaving a permanent mark on the history of the Western world. Their reputation as fierce warriors, skilled traders, and daring explorers would define an era, ensuring that the legacy of the Vikings would never be forgotten. As the 9th century dawned, Viking raids intensified and evolved into widespread campaigns of expansion across Europe. No longer were these Norse warriors content with isolated attacks on monasteries and coastal settlements. Instead, they launched full-scale invasions that altered the political and cultural landscapes of the regions they targeted. The British Isles, Ireland, and the Frankish territories became primary targets for Viking aggression, leading to the establishment of new settlements, trade centres, and even Viking-controlled territories. The British Isles faced some of the most relentless Viking attacks. England at the time, divided into several competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, struggled to mount a unified defence against the Norse incursions. The first major recorded Viking assault on England after Lindisfarne came in 835 AD, when Danish raiders targeted the Isle of Sheppey. Over the following decades, attacks became more frequent and devastating. Entire towns were sacked, churches were plundered, and rulers found themselves constantly under threat. One of the most significant events of this period was the arrival of the Great Heathen Army in 865 AD. Unlike previous Viking raids, which were largely hit-and-run operations, this invasion force was a coordinated effort by several Norse warlords, including the legendary brothers Ivar the Boneless, Ubbi, and Halfdan. The Great Heathen Army systematically conquered large portions of England, toppling the Kingdom of Northumbria in 866, East Anglia in 869, and threatening the powerful Kingdom of Wessex. The legendary Anglo-Saxon King Alfred the Great ultimately resisted Viking domination, achieving a critical victory at the Battle of Edington in 878 AD, which led to the Treaty of Wedmore. This treaty divided England between the Anglo-Saxons and the Vikings, resulting in the establishment of the Danelaw, a vast territory in which Norse customs and laws prevailed. Ireland also became a prime target for Viking expansion. The Norse first raided the Irish coast in the early 9th century, but by the mid-800s, they had begun establishing permanent settlements. One of the most important Viking strongholds was Dublin, founded in 841 AD. Dublin quickly grew into a major centre of trade and commerce, connecting Ireland to the vast Viking trade network that stretched from the North Atlantic to the Middle East. Other settlements such as Limerick, Waterford, and Cork also emerged as key Viking enclaves. The Norse integrated into Irish society to some extent, intermarrying with the local population and participating in the complex web of Irish dynastic conflicts. The Frankish Empire, ruled by the descendants of Charlemagne, was another frequent target of Viking aggression. The vast wealth of Frankish monasteries and towns made them attractive to Norse raiders. In 845 AD, a massive Viking fleet, led by the legendary chieftain Ragnar Lothbrok, sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris. The Frankish king Charles the Bold was forced to pay a ransom of 7,000 pounds of silver to make the Vikings withdraw. However, this only encouraged further raids, and Frankish rulers found themselves repeatedly extorted by Viking warbands demanding tribute, known as Danegeld. In an effort to stem the tide of Viking invasions, Charles the Simple struck a historic deal in 911 AD with the Viking leader Rollo. Under this agreement, Rollo was granted the region that would become Normandy in exchange for swearing fealty to the Frankish crown and defending the territory against future Viking attacks. Over time, Rollo and his descendants adopted Frankish customs, language, and Christianity, laying the foundation for the powerful Duchy of Normandy. The Viking expansion across Europe was not merely about plundering and warfare. It also facilitated cultural exchange, economic growth, and the establishment of new trade routes. Viking merchants traveled as far as Byzantium and the Islamic Caliphates, bringing back goods, knowledge, and influences that would shape the societies they interacted with. The Norse presence in Europe helped forge connections between distant regions, leading to an era of increased trade and exploration that would shape the continent for centuries to come. As the Viking Age progressed, The Norse presence in Europe evolved from raiding parties to organized settlements and political entities. The impact of their expansion was profound, reshaping borders, economies, and cultures. Though they began as feared invaders, many Vikings ultimately integrated into the societies they once terrorized, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. The Vikings were not only fearsome raiders and warriors, but also highly skilled traders and merchants. From the 9th to the 11th century, Viking trade networks stretched across vast distances, connecting Scandinavia with Europe, the Middle East, and even Central Asia. Their ability to navigate rivers and open seas allowed them to establish trade routes that facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between different civilizations. This commercial aspect of Viking society played a crucial role in their expansion and influence. One of the most important Viking trade routes extended from the Baltic Sea through Eastern Europe, reaching as far as Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Utilizing the extensive river systems of modern-day Russia, including the Neva, Volkhov, Dnieper, and Volga rivers, Viking merchants, often referred to as the Rus, traveled deep into Slavic and Byzantine territories. This route became known as the Varangian route, a key artery of commerce that connected northern Europe to the wealth and splendor of the Eastern Roman Empire. Many Viking traders settled in cities such as Novgorod and Kiev, which became major centers of Norse trade and governance. By navigating the Dnieper River, they reached the Black Sea, where they conducted business in Constantinople, a city the Vikings called Miklagard, meaning the Great City. Trade between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was highly lucrative. The Norsemen brought valuable goods such as furs, honey, beeswax, and high-quality swords, while in return they received silk, spices, wine, and glassware from Byzantine merchants. Many Viking warriors also served as mercenaries in the Byzantine military, with the most famous among them joining the elite Varangian Guard, an imperial unit composed largely of Norse fighters. These warriors were highly prized for their loyalty and combat skills, and their presence in Constantinople strengthened the Viking-Byzantine relationship. Another major trading partner of the Vikings was the Islamic world. The Caliphate, which controlled vast territories stretching from Spain to Persia, had an insatiable demand for northern European goods. The Vikings played a key role in supplying the Islamic markets with commodities such as furs from Scandinavian animals, walrus ivory, amber, and most controversially slaves. The Vikings engaged in the slave trade extensively, capturing individuals from raids in England, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, and selling them in markets throughout the Islamic world. Silver was the most sought-after commodity by the Norse traders, and the discovery of thousands of Arab silver coins, known as dirhams, in Viking hordes across Scandinavia is evidence of the extensive commercial ties between the Vikings and the Muslim world. The Viking economy was not solely based on external trade. Within their own territories, they established bustling marketplaces in cities such as Hedeby, Birka, and Kaupang. These trading hubs became melting pots of different cultures, where Norse artisans, Slavic merchants, and Middle Eastern traders exchanged goods and knowledge. Hedeby, one of the largest Viking trading towns, was a focal point of commerce, connecting Scandinavia to the rest of Europe. Archaeological discoveries at these sites, including coins from the Islamic world, Byzantine jewelry, and silk from China, confirm the vast global reach of Viking commerce. Weapons also played a critical role in Viking trade. While Viking warriors were skilled craftsmen in producing their own swords, spears, and axes, they also traded for superior Frankish swords, which were considered among the best in Europe. In return, Vikings provided raw materials such as iron and worked metal goods. The trade of weapons not only equipped Viking raiders, but also helped local rulers in Scandinavia consolidate power by arming their followers. The impact of Viking trade extended beyond material goods. It facilitated cultural exchange, spreading ideas, religious influences, and technological advancements. The Vikings introduced new shipbuilding techniques, navigational skills, and even elements of their mythology to the regions they encountered. At the same time, they absorbed aspects of Christianity, Islamic scholarship, and Byzantine military tactics, which influenced their own societies over time. By the end of the 11th century, Viking trade had transformed from its early stages of piracy and raiding into an organized economic system. The interconnected trade networks built by the Norse ensured that Scandinavia remained a central part of European and global commerce. While their warrior reputation remains legendary, the Viking Age was also a golden era of trade and cultural exchange that helped shape the medieval world. As the Viking Age progressed from the 9th to the 11th century, Norse warriors and settlers moved beyond raiding and established permanent settlements and even entire kingdoms. These Viking-ruled territories played a crucial role in shaping the political and cultural landscapes of Europe. Their influence extended across England, Ireland, Scotland, Normandy, and the Isle of Man, leaving a legacy that would persist for centuries. One of the most significant Viking territorial expansions occurred in England with the formation of the Danelaw. The Danelaw was the name given to the region of England under Viking control, established after the successful campaigns of the Great Heathen Army in the late 9th century. This vast area encompassed much of northern and eastern England, including major cities such as York, which the Vikings captured in 866 AD and turned into a major trading and political centre. The Danelaw was governed by Norse customs and laws rather than Anglo-Saxon traditions, leading to a distinct cultural blend that influenced language, governance, and even place names. Many settlements still bear Viking-derived names, such as those ending in by, for example, Derby, Whitby, and Thorpe, for example, Scunthorpe. The Norse presence in England lasted until the early 11th century, when King Athelred the Unready and later King Canute of Denmark unified the land under a single crown. While the Danelaw in England was one of the most well-documented Viking settlements, the Norse also established a significant foothold in France. One of the most famous Viking rulers of this era was Rollo, a powerful Norse warlord who led repeated raids into Frankish territory. In 911 AD, King Charles the Simple of the West Frankish Kingdom made a strategic decision to grant Rollo and his followers land in what is now Normandy. In return, Rollo agreed to swear loyalty to the Frankish crown, convert to Christianity, and defend the territory against further Viking incursions. This agreement marked the foundation of Normandy, a region whose name itself means Land of the Northmen. Over time, Rollo's descendants adopted Frankish customs and language, merging Viking and Frankish traditions into a unique Norman identity. By the 11th century, the Normans had become a dominant force in European politics, culminating in the Norman conquest of England in 1066 under William the Conqueror, a direct descendant of Rollo. Beyond England and France, Viking settlements also thrived in Scotland, Ireland, and the Isle of Man. The rugged coasts and numerous islands of Scotland made it an attractive destination for Norse expansion. The Vikings first targeted monasteries and coastal settlements, but over time they established permanent communities, particularly in the Orkney and Shetland Islands. These northern isles became Norse strongholds, serving as important hubs for trade and further raiding expeditions. The Hebrides and parts of the Scottish mainland also fell under Viking control, with Norse earls ruling over these territories well into the Middle Ages. Viking influence in Scotland was so profound that even today, Norse cultural and linguistic elements persist in certain regions. Ireland, too, became a key area of Viking activity. Unlike in England, where the Norse established large-scale territorial control, the Viking presence in Ireland was more focused on trade and urban development. The founding of Dublin in 841 AD marked the beginning of one of the most significant Viking settlements in the British Isles. The Norse turned Dublin into a bustling trade hub, connecting Ireland to a wider network of commerce that included the British Isles, Scandinavia, and even the Mediterranean. Other cities, such as Waterford, Limerick and Cork, also developed under Viking influence, serving as centres for trade, shipbuilding and governance. Despite repeated conflicts with Irish kings, the Norse maintained a strong presence in Ireland until the late 11th century, when the local Gaelic lords eventually reclaimed control. The Isle of Man, located in the Irish Sea, became another vital Viking outpost. Due to its strategic position between Ireland, Scotland and England, the island served as a crucial link in the Viking trade and military network. The Norse established a lasting presence on the island, leaving behind significant archaeological and cultural remnants, including the famous Norse runestones that still stand today. The Viking influence on the Isle of Man persisted even after the formal end of the Viking Age, as the island continued to be ruled by Norse Gaelic kings for several centuries. Viking settlements and kingdoms did more than expand Norse influence. They contributed to the blending of cultures, languages, and traditions. The integration of Viking settlers with local populations led to the development of new hybrid societies, where Norse customs mixed with those of the Anglo-Saxons, Celts, and Franks. This cultural fusion laid the groundwork for future political changes in Europe, from the rise of Norman power to the strengthening of royal authority in England and France. By the late 11th century, the era of Viking conquests and settlements began to decline. The Christianization of Scandinavia, stronger European monarchies, and shifting political landscapes led to the gradual assimilation of Norse territories into larger kingdoms. However, the impact of the Viking settlements remained long after their decline, shaping the history and identities of the regions they once ruled. The Vikings' influence was not limited to the western regions of Europe. They also left a significant mark on the east. From the 9th to the 11th century, the Norse played a pivotal role in the formation of the Kievan Rus, a federation of Slavic and Norse tribes that would lay the foundations for the future Russian Empire. The Vikings, known as the Varangians in the east, also had extensive interactions with the Byzantine Empire, ranging from trade and diplomacy to mercenary service. These connections had lasting consequences for the political, cultural, and military landscapes of both regions. The foundation of Kievan Rus is traditionally attributed to the Varangians, who were invited by the Slavic tribes to rule over them and bring stability. In the 9th century, the Eastern Slavs were living in a fragmented and tumultuous region, often plagued by infighting and external threats. According to the Primary Chronicle, a key historical source from the period, the Slavic tribes sent out emissaries to find a ruler who could unite them. The emissaries eventually found a suitable leader in Rurik, a Varangian prince from the Norse homeland. Rurik and his successors established the Rurikid dynasty, which ruled Kievan Rus for several centuries. Rurik's rule was followed by his successors, including Oleg of Novgorod, who expanded the influence of the Varangians in the region. Oleg's conquest of Kiev in 882 AD marked the establishment of the Kievan Rus as a political entity. Under Oleg and his successors, the Kievan Rus began to grow into a powerful state, with the city of Kiev becoming the capital. The Varangians contributed not only to the military prowess of Kievan Rus, but also to its cultural and economic development. They integrated with the local Slavic population, intermarrying and adopting many Slavic customs while retaining their Norse traditions and governing structures. Trade was one of the main factors behind the prosperity of Kievan Rus. The Varangians had established extensive trade routes connecting the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, passing through important river systems such as the Dnieper, Volga, and Don. These trade routes connected the Vikings with the Byzantine Empire, the Islamic Caliphates, and other distant regions. Kievan Rus became a crucial node in the east-west trade network, with goods such as furs, honey, wax, and slaves being exchanged for luxury items like silks, spices, and coins. This trade helped establish Kievan Rus as an influential power in the east, and the wealth generated from commerce allowed the Varangian rulers to consolidate their power. The Vikings' relationship with the Byzantine Empire was complex, involving both trade and warfare. The Byzantines were well aware of the Vikings' growing power, and they sought to establish diplomatic and commercial ties with the Norsemen. The most famous example of this relationship is the Varangian Guard, a group of elite Viking mercenaries who served as the personal bodyguards of the Byzantine emperors. The Varangian Guard was formed in the 10th century, initially composed of Norse warriors from Kievan Rus, but later expanding to include other Viking groups. The Guard became legendary for their loyalty and martial prowess, often serving as the Byzantine emperor's most trusted soldiers. In return for their service, the Varangians were paid well, granted land, and given significant political influence within the Byzantine Empire. The Varangian Guard played a key role in several major military campaigns, including the defense of Constantinople from invasions and internal revolts. The Guard's reputation for fierce loyalty and combat ability made them invaluable to the Byzantine emperors, and many Varangians were eager to join the elite unit. The Guard's presence in Constantinople also facilitated cultural exchange between the Vikings and the Byzantines. The Norsemen adopted many aspects of Byzantine culture, including their religion, and the Byzantines learned from the Vikings' naval expertise and martial traditions. In addition to the Varangian Guard, Viking mercenaries served in other military roles across the Byzantine Empire. Norse warriors fought in Byzantine armies as part of a larger group of foreign soldiers known as the barbarian mercenaries. These warriors were highly prized for their combat skills and often played decisive roles in important battles. In the 11th century, the Byzantine Empire relied increasingly on Viking mercenaries to support its military campaigns, as the empire faced numerous threats from both the east and the west. The relationship between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was not limited to warfare and mercenary service. Trade between the two powers flourished, with the Vikings sending furs, timber, and slaves in exchange for Byzantine luxury goods. The most famous trade route between the two regions passed through the Dniester River and into Constantinople, where Viking traders could sell their goods in the bustling markets. This exchange of commodities fostered a deeper cultural connection between the two civilizations, and many Vikings came to adopt Byzantine-style art, clothing, and architecture. The Viking connection to the east was not confined to Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings also engaged in trade and warfare with the Islamic Caliphates. Viking raiders had long struck at the coasts of Europe, but they also ventured further south, conducting raids on Muslim-controlled territories in the Mediterranean and North Africa. However, the Vikings also had peaceful trade relations with the Islamic world, exchanging goods like furs, slaves, and walrus ivory for luxury items like silver, spices, and textiles. These interactions further integrated the Vikings into the global economy of the medieval world. In conclusion, the Vikings' role in the East was multifaceted and impactful. Through their connections with the Byzantine Empire and the formation of Kievan Rus, the Norsemen helped shape the political, economic, and military landscapes of Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Their legacy in the region was not only one of conquest but also of trade, cultural exchange and mercenary service, leaving an indelible mark on the history of the East. The Christianization of the Vikings is one of the most significant cultural transformations in Scandinavian history. Spanning from the 10th to the 12th century, this process marked a profound shift in Viking society from paganism to Christianity and dramatically influenced their political, social, and cultural development. The conversion of Viking leaders such as Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason played a pivotal role in the spread of Christianity across Scandinavia, and the effects of this religious transition were felt throughout Viking culture and traditions. Before the Christianization of the Vikings, Norse society was deeply rooted in pagan beliefs. The Vikings worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, the most prominent of whom were Odin, Thor, and Freya. Their religious practices revolved around rituals, sacrifices, and a strong connection to nature. The Vikings believed in the existence of a complex world of gods, giants, and spirits, and their worldview was shaped by these spiritual beliefs. However, with the arrival of Christianity, this polytheistic system began to be replaced by the monotheistic faith of Christ. The introduction of Christianity into Scandinavia was not a sudden or forced process. It was a gradual transition that unfolded over several centuries. The first major step in the Christianization of the Vikings came through contact with Christian missionaries from the British Isles and the Carolingian Empire. These missionaries were the first to preach Christianity to the Norse peoples, often meeting resistance but also gaining converts among certain segments of Viking society. One of the earliest and most significant moments in the Christianization of the Vikings occurred with the conversion of Harald Bluetooth, King of Denmark. Harald Bluetooth, who ruled from around 958 to 986 AD, is credited with uniting Denmark and introducing Christianity to his kingdom. According to historical records, Harald converted to Christianity after being influenced by Christian missionaries, possibly following his exposure to Christianity during his time in Germany and other Christianized parts of Europe. Harald Bluetooth's conversion marked a turning point for Denmark, as he sought to bring Christianity to his people in a way that strengthened his rule and consolidated his power. Harald Bluetooth's conversion was symbolized by the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian practices within Denmark. The king famously had a runestone erected, known as the Harald Stone, which commemorates his conversion and the Christianization of Denmark. Harald's efforts to spread Christianity were not without challenges, as many of his subjects remained committed to their traditional Norse beliefs. However, Harald's political power and military influence helped to secure the spread of Christianity, and by the end of his reign, Denmark was firmly on the path toward Christianization. Following Harald's reign, other Viking leaders followed suit in embracing Christianity, but perhaps the most influential figure in the Christianization of Norway was Olaf Tryggvason. Olaf Tryggvason, who reigned from 995 to 1000 AD, is often seen as one of the most fervent advocates for Christian conversion in Scandinavia. Olaf was a staunch Christian who had converted to the faith during his travels in Europe, and he sought to impose Christianity on the Norwegian people. Olaf's conversion of Norway was marked by a series of violent campaigns against pagan resistance, including the destruction of temples and the forcible conversion of Norse chieftains and warriors. Olaf's efforts were brutal but effective, and by the end of his reign, Norway had largely embraced Christianity. The conversion of both Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason had profound effects on Viking culture and traditions. As Christianity spread throughout Scandinavia, many of the traditional Norse gods and religious practices were abandoned or adapted to the new Christian faith. Pagan rituals and sacrifices, once central to Viking life, were increasingly replaced by Christian practices such as baptism, prayer, and the celebration of Christian holidays. The Christianization of the Vikings also led to the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian institutions in Scandinavian societies. The Vikings began to build churches in place of their former pagan temples, and Christian monasteries were founded to support religious education and missionary work. The Christianization of the Vikings also had a profound impact on Viking art and culture. As the Norse adopted Christianity, their artistic expressions began to shift. Christian themes began to appear in Viking art, such as depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and biblical stories. Viking warriors, once associated with pagan symbols and iconography, began to use Christian symbols and relics, such as crosses, in their daily lives and in battle. Christian saints and religious figures were venerated, and Viking warrior elites increasingly adopted Christian values of chivalry and honor. By the 12th century, Christianity had become the dominant religion in Scandinavia. The conversion of the Vikings was not without its difficulties, as pockets of paganism persisted for some time, particularly in remote areas. However, the process of Christianization was largely complete by the end of the 11th century. The Viking Age, which had been marked by raiding, conquest, and the worship of Norse gods, had come to an end. The Christianization of Scandinavia marked the beginning of a new era, in which Viking society would increasingly become integrated into the broader European Christian world. The Christianization of the Vikings is not only a story of religious transformation, but also one of political and cultural change. Christianity provided the Vikings with new forms of governance, law, and social organization, which helped to stabilize their societies. The introduction of Christian monarchs, bishops, and clergy altered the political dynamics of Scandinavia, as rulers sought to align themselves with the Pope and the Christian Church. This process also fostered closer ties between Scandinavia and the rest of medieval Europe, leading to increased trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The Christianization of the Vikings was thus a defining moment in the history of Scandinavia, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. In conclusion, the Christianization of the Vikings from the 10th to the 12th century was a complex and transformative process that reshaped Viking society. Through the efforts of leaders like Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason, Christianity spread across Scandinavia, replacing pagan traditions with Christian practices. This religious transformation had far-reaching effects on Viking culture, from art and literature to governance and social structures. The conversion of the Vikings marked a key turning point in the history of Scandinavia, leading to a new chapter in the region's development and integration into the broader European Christian world. The Viking Age, which spanned roughly from the late 8th century to the early 11th century, came to an end as Europe underwent significant political, social, and military transformations. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the Vikings, once feared and revered as raiders, traders, and explorers, were transitioning from their warrior-based societies into more centralized and stable medieval kingdoms. A series of key events, including the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, the consolidation of Scandinavian kingdoms, and the decline of raiding culture, marked the definitive end of the Viking Age and the beginning of a new era in European history. One of the most pivotal moments in the closing chapter of the Viking Age was the Battle of Stamford Bridge, fought on September 25, 1066, in England. This battle was the culmination of a series of invasions into England by Norse leaders, most notably Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway. Hardrada, a formidable warrior with a long history of raiding and warfare, sought to claim the English throne, which had been left vulnerable after the death of King Edward the Confessor. His invasion was part of a larger struggle for control over England, with several claimants vying for the throne. Harald Hardrada's army landed in northern England, but they were met by the forces of King Harold Godwinson of England, who had recently defeated another claimant, Tostig Godwinson, Harold's brother. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a brutal and decisive engagement, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Despite initial Viking successes, Hardrada and his forces were ultimately defeated by Harold's army. Harald Hardrada was killed in the battle, marking the end of a long era of Viking invasions into England. The battle's significance lies not only in the defeat of one of the last major Viking leaders, but also in the broader shift in the political and military balance of power in Northern Europe. The Battle of Stamford Bridge, however, was not the final conflict in the struggle for the English throne. Just days later, Harold Godwinson would face another invasion, this time from William the Conqueror of Normandy. The Battle of Hastings, fought on October 14, 1066, resulted in Harold's death and the Norman conquest of England. This marked the final chapter in the Viking attempts to conquer and influence England. While the Vikings had a lasting impact on the culture and governance of England, their days of raiding and military dominance were now over. In the aftermath of Stamford Bridge and the events of 1066, the Viking societies in Scandinavia began to undergo significant changes. The once fragmented kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were beginning to consolidate into centralized monarchies. This shift toward more structured and powerful kingdoms was driven in part by the need to defend against external threats, such as the Norman invasions of England and the growing influence of the Christian Church. By the late 11th century, many Viking rulers had embraced Christianity, and their reigns were increasingly characterized by attempts to modernize their societies and consolidate power. One of the most notable figures in this process was King Olaf II of Norway, also known as Saint Olaf. Olaf's reign in the early 11th century marked a turning point for Norway, as he worked to strengthen the monarchy and bring the country into line with the growing Christian kingdoms of Europe. Saint Olaf's efforts to centralize power and suppress local chieftains helped lay the groundwork for a more unified and stable Norway. However, Olaf's death in battle in 1030 at the Battle of Stiklestad did not mark the end of his influence. He became a martyr and saint, and his legacy continued to shape Norway's development, particularly in the creation of a centralized Christian kingdom. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia also saw the rise of strong monarchs who sought to create more stable and efficient kingdoms. In Denmark, King Sweyn Forkbeard, who ruled from 1018 to 1030, and his son, King Canute the Great, who ruled from 1016 to 1035, played key roles in uniting Denmark and extending their rule to England and parts of Norway. Canute's reign marked the peak of Viking influence in Europe, as he ruled over a North Sea empire that stretched from England to Denmark and Norway. However, following Canute's death, his empire fractured, and the political landscape of Scandinavia began to shift toward more localized rule and the decline of Viking-era power structures. The decline of the raiding culture that had defined the Vikings for centuries was closely linked to these political and cultural changes. As the Viking kingdoms became more centralized and Christianized, the emphasis on raiding and plundering began to diminish. The Old Norse way of life, which had been centered around warfare, conquest, and the accumulation of wealth through raids, was gradually replaced by a focus on governance, trade, and diplomacy. The establishment of Christian monarchies in Scandinavia also played a key role in diminishing the Viking raiding culture, as Christian values emphasized peace, stability, and cooperation rather than war and conquest. By the 12th century, the Viking Age had officially ended. The once feared Viking raiders had been transformed into more traditional medieval rulers, and Scandinavia had evolved into a region dominated by centralized kingdoms with a strong Christian influence. The Norse warriors who had once roamed the seas in search of treasure and glory were now more likely to be found at the courts of monarchs, serving as advisors, soldiers, or members of the growing merchant class. In conclusion, the end of the Viking Age was a complex and multifaceted process that unfolded over several decades. The Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066 was a key turning point in this transition, marking the end of Viking military dominance in England. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia, the decline of raiding culture, and the rise of Christianized monarchies all contributed to the decline of the Viking Age. By the 12th century, the Vikings had transformed from fearsome raiders into medieval rulers and statesmen, and their once formidable naval fleets were now turned to trade and diplomacy. The Viking Age, with its raids, explorations and conquests, had come to an end, but the legacy of the Vikings would live on in the cultural and political landscapes of Europe. The Viking legacy in modern Europe is a multifaceted and enduring one, deeply woven into the cultural, linguistic and genetic fabric of several countries. The Vikings, who once dominated the seas and laid waste to much of Europe, left behind a lasting imprint on the lands they once raided, traded with, and settled. Their influence can still be seen in the languages, genetics, mythologies, and national identities of modern Europe. From the shores of England and France to the vast expanses of Russia, the Vikings' contributions continue to resonate today. One of the most evident legacies of the Vikings is their impact on language. The Norse language, a North Germanic tongue, left a significant mark on the English language, especially in the regions of England that were once part of the Viking-dominated Danelaw. The Old Norse language contributed many words to English, particularly in areas related to law, governance, and everyday life. Words like law, sky, egg, window, and husband all have their roots in Old Norse. Moreover, the Viking influence extended to the place names of many towns and cities in England. Locations such as York, which was originally known as Jorvik, Durham and Grimsby, all bear the traces of Viking settlement and language. In addition to England, the Vikings also had a profound impact on the French language. The region of Normandy in northern France was founded by Viking settlers in the 9th and 10th centuries, and their language and culture became deeply integrated into the local society. The name Normandy itself derives from the word Norseman, reflecting the Viking heritage of the region. The Vikings in Normandy eventually adopted the Old French language, but many Norse words remained in the local dialect. Over time, the Viking settlers in Normandy became integrated into the larger French kingdom, and their influence on the language persisted in the form of certain vocabulary, especially in areas related to governance, military terms, and the sea. The Viking genetic legacy is also noteworthy, particularly in countries that saw extensive Viking settlement. Genetic studies have shown that the Viking presence in places such as England, Ireland, and Scotland left a clear mark on the modern population. Many people in these regions carry genetic markers that can be traced back to the Vikings. In England, for example, it is estimated that as much as 20% of the population has Viking ancestry, particularly in the north and east of the country, where Viking settlements were most concentrated. Similarly, in Ireland and Scotland, genetic evidence suggests that Viking settlers contributed to the genetic makeup of the local populations, particularly in coastal areas and islands. Viking influence is also evident in Russia, particularly in the region known as Kievan Rus. The Varangians, Scandinavian warriors and traders, played a crucial role in the formation of the Kievan Rus state, and their genetic and cultural legacy remains a part of Russian identity today. Many Russians, especially in the northern regions, can trace part of their ancestry to these early Viking settlers. The Vikings who traveled along the rivers of Eastern Europe and traded with the Byzantine Empire were instrumental in the formation of the early Russian state, and their legacy is still acknowledged in modern Russia, particularly in the traditions and customs of the northern Slavic regions. Beyond language and genetics, Norse mythology continues to have a significant impact on modern culture. The myths of the Vikings, stories of gods like Odin, Thor, Freya, and Loki, continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world. Norse mythology has had a profound influence on literature, art, and popular culture. Works like J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings are deeply inspired by Norse myths, particularly in their depiction of gods, giants, and heroic quests. The character of Thor, for example, has become a popular figure in contemporary media, particularly through Marvel Comics and the subsequent films, where he is depicted as a superhero with roots in ancient Norse mythology. Loki, the mischievous god, has also found a prominent place in modern culture, with adaptations in various films, TV series, and comics. The influence of Norse mythology can also be seen in the resurgence of interest in Viking culture in recent years. The popularity of television series like Vikings has brought Norse mythology and Viking history to a global audience, reintroducing these ancient tales to a new generation. The themes of heroism, fate, and the struggle between gods and monsters in Norse mythology continue to resonate with modern audiences, making it one of the most enduring mythological traditions in the world. Another significant aspect of the Viking legacy is the role of Viking symbolism in modern national identities. In countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, Viking imagery and symbols have been embraced as part of national pride. The Viking ship, with its iconic dragon-shaped prow, is a powerful symbol of Viking heritage, and it is often used in national celebrations, monuments, and cultural events. The Viking helmet, though a modern invention, Vikings never wore horned helmets, has become a widely recognized symbol of Viking identity. In addition to being embraced by Scandinavia, Viking symbolism has also become a prominent feature in various nationalist movements and popular culture. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Viking symbols were often used to promote ideas of Scandinavian unity and strength. In more recent times, these symbols have been appropriated by certain far-right groups, though this has been a controversial and divisive issue, as the true Viking legacy is one of exploration, trade, and cultural exchange rather than xenophobia or extremism. In conclusion, the Viking legacy in modern Europe is a testament to the enduring impact of these fierce warriors and explorers. From their linguistic and genetic contributions to their influence on mythology, art, and national identity, the Vikings continue to shape the cultural landscape of Europe. Their legacy is not only evident in the countries they once raided or settled, but also in the global fascination with their stories, heroes, and gods. As we look to the future, the Viking legacy will likely continue to inspire and captivate generations to come, reminding us of a time when the world was shaped by the fearsome and bold warriors known as the Vikings. The Vikings, those fierce seafarers and warriors from Scandinavia, have long captured the imagination of people around the world. Over the centuries, the image of the Viking has been shaped by both historical accounts and popular culture, but much of what we think we know about these enigmatic people is based on myths and misconceptions. From horned helmets to the idea of Vikings as nothing more than savage raiders, the truth about the Vikings is far more complex and nuanced than many realize. This chapter seeks to debunk some of the most common misconceptions about the Vikings, compare them with the reality of what modern archaeology has revealed, and explore how pop culture has distorted our understanding of their lives. One of the most enduring myths about the Vikings is their supposed use of horned helmets. For centuries, this image of the horned Viking has been a staple of popular culture, From illustrations in history books to depictions in films, TV shows, and even costume designs for events like Halloween. However, there is no historical evidence to support the idea that Vikings ever wore horned helmets. The earliest depictions of Viking warriors, such as those on the 9th century stone carvings found in Scandinavia, show helmets that were simple and conical in shape, without any horns. Archaeological evidence from Viking graves and settlements has not uncovered any horned helmets either. In fact, the idea of horned helmets was popularized in the 19th century by the designer of the operas about Norse mythology, written by Richard Wagner, and it quickly became ingrained in the collective imagination. While the image of horned helmets might evoke a sense of barbaric ferocity, it is, in reality, a fantasy of the modern era. Another widespread misconception is that the Vikings were nothing more than brutal and savage raiders, with little regard for civilization or culture. This stereotype has been reinforced by centuries of historical accounts that emphasize the Viking raids on monasteries and towns across Europe. While it is true that the Vikings were formidable warriors and that their raids were often brutal and destructive, this portrayal overlooks the many other aspects of Viking life that were far from savage. The Vikings were also skilled traders, explorers, and settlers, and they played a crucial role in the development of early medieval Europe. Viking societies were complex, with well-organized systems of governance, law, and trade. Many Vikings were farmers, craftsmen, and merchants who engaged in long-distance trade with people from the Islamic world, Byzantium, and even the far reaches of North America. In fact, it was not uncommon for Vikings to establish peaceful trading relationships with the very people they had once raided. The idea of the Vikings as mindless destroyers is a gross oversimplification of their true nature. Modern archaeology has provided us with a much more nuanced understanding of Viking life. Excavations of Viking settlements, burial sites, and shipwrecks have uncovered a wealth of information about the Vikings' everyday lives, their technology, and their culture. One of the most significant discoveries in recent years has been the excavation of Viking longships, which have revealed much about the Vikings' advanced shipbuilding techniques and their prowess as sailors and explorers. The Vikings' longships were not only designed for speed and agility on the open seas, but were also capable of navigating shallow rivers and even being carried overland. These ships were crucial to the Vikings' success as both raiders and traders, and they were a testament to the Vikings' ingenuity and skill. Archaeological evidence has also shed light on Viking settlements and the way they lived. In towns like York in England and Dublin in Ireland, excavations have uncovered the remains of Viking houses, workshops, and marketplaces, providing a glimpse into the daily life of Viking communities. Far from being isolated and barbaric, these settlements were hubs of trade and cultural exchange, with evidence of Viking artisans producing intricate jewelry, tools, and weapons. The Vikings were also skilled farmers, growing crops such as barley, rye, and oats, and raising livestock. Their social structure, too, was more complex than many people realize. Viking society was organized into various classes, including free farmers, wealthy landowners, and slaves, with a system of laws and assemblies known as the Althing in Iceland, which served as an early form of democracy. Perhaps one of the most misunderstood aspects of Viking culture is their relationship with women. Contrary to popular belief, Viking women were not simply passive figures waiting to be rescued by their male counterparts. Archaeological evidence suggests that women in Viking society had a far more active role than is often portrayed. They managed farms, participated in trade, and even served as warriors in some instances. There are accounts of women such as Lagertha, the legendary shield maiden of Norse sagas, fighting alongside male warriors. While the historical accuracy of these stories is debated, there is evidence that Viking women had greater rights and freedoms compared to women in other contemporary societies. They could own property, initiate divorce and engage in business, making them more independent than women in many other parts of medieval Europe. In addition to the historical realities of Viking life, the popular culture of the modern era has played a significant role in shaping our perceptions of the Vikings. Films, TV shows, books and video games have all contributed to the mythologizing of Viking culture, often blending historical fact with fantasy and fiction. For example, the popular TV series Vikings, which aired from 2013 to 2020, is filled with dramatic liberties and historical inaccuracies, though it has undoubtedly contributed to the modern fascination with Viking culture. The show, while entertaining, focuses heavily on the violent warrior aspect of Viking life, often neglecting their roles as traders, settlers and explorers. Similarly, the portrayal of Viking gods and mythology in films like Marvel's Thor has created a larger-than-life image of Norse mythology, with characters like Thor and Loki being reimagined as superheroes rather than the complex deities of Viking belief. In conclusion, while the Vikings were undoubtedly fierce warriors and raiders, the myths and misconceptions surrounding their culture often overshadow the more complex and varied aspects of their society. Through modern archaeology, we now have a more accurate picture of Viking life, one that highlights their achievements as traders, explorers and settlers, as well as their rich cultural and social structures. The popular image of the Viking, complete with horned helmets and bloodthirsty raids, has been shaped by centuries of myth and fantasy. However, the truth about the Vikings is far more intricate and fascinating than the popular depictions. The real Vikings were innovators, skilled craftsmen and seafarers who played a crucial role in shaping the medieval world. They taught us in school that Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492, but that is one of the greatest historical myths of all time. The truth is far more complex, more fascinating, and completely changes the way we see history. Long before Columbus set foot in the New World, others had already made the journey across the vast Atlantic Ocean. The Vikings, the Chinese, the Polynesians, even the ancient Phoenicians, all have claims to reaching the Americas centuries, if not millennia, before Columbus. But why is this not common knowledge? Why do we still celebrate Columbus Day when the evidence shows he was not the first? In this story, we uncover the truth about the real discoverers of America and the hidden history that challenges everything we thought we knew. The Viking sagas tell of a fearless explorer named Leif Erikson who sailed west from Greenland in the year 1000, nearly 500 years before Columbus. He followed rumors of a land beyond the sea, a place first spotted by an Icelandic trader blown off course. Leif reached a lush land filled with wild grapes, which he called Vinland. Archaeological evidence confirms that the Norse built a settlement in Newfoundland, Canada, at a place now called Landsort Meadows. But this was not just legend, it was real proof that Europeans had reached America long before Columbus. Yet this discovery was largely forgotten, buried under centuries of Spanish imperial propaganda. And the Vikings were not alone. Ancient Chinese records suggest that Buddhist monks may have sailed to the Americas over 1,000 years ago, led by a monk named Hui Shen. He described a land he called Fusang, which some believe refers to parts of the American west coast. Maps found in China suggest an awareness of lands across the Pacific long before European explorers ventured there. If true, this would rewrite history once again. But what about the Polynesians? These master navigators sailed across the vast Pacific Ocean thousands of years before Columbus. Even today, scientists find evidence that Polynesians reached South America before Europeans. DNA studies show genetic links between Polynesians and indigenous South American peoples, and chicken bones found in Chile match those of a Polynesian breed long before Spanish contact, suggesting trade and contact across the ocean. And there is more. Some researchers argue that the ancient Phoenicians, seafaring merchants from the Mediterranean, may have reached the Americas as early as 1000 BC. They were known for their ability to navigate vast distances using the stars. Ancient inscriptions found in Brazil and the United States hint at their presence, possibly long before any Viking or European explorer. If so many different civilizations reached the Americas before Columbus, why does he get all the credit? The answer lies in politics, empire, and the rewriting of history. The Spanish crown needed a hero to justify its claim over the New World. Columbus became that symbol. He may not have been the first, but he was the one who brought Europe's full force to the Americas, setting in motion events that would change the world forever. But what if history had remembered Leif Erikson instead? What if the Polynesians had established lasting contact with South America? Or if the Chinese had settled California centuries before the Spanish? The world we know today might have looked entirely different. And that is the story we are about to unravel. Imagine standing on the deck of a Viking longship, the salty sea spray on your face, the endless horizon ahead. The year is 1000 AD, and Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, is about to make history. He has heard tales of a mysterious land to the west, first spotted by an Icelandic merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson. Unlike Columbus, who set sail with maps and a clear mission, Leif's journey is a leap into the unknown, a voyage based on whispers and sagas. What he finds will challenge everything we thought we knew about the first Europeans in America. Leif and his crew of Norsemen leave Greenland behind, their ship slicing through the frigid Atlantic waters. After weeks at sea, they finally reach a strange and unfamiliar coastline. It is nothing like the icy shores of Greenland or the volcanic landscapes of Iceland. This land is rich and green, with towering trees, wild rivers, and an abundance of resources. They call it Vinland, the land of wild grapes. To the Vikings, this is paradise. The Norsemen establish a small settlement, building simple wooden structures and exploring their new home. They hunt, fish, and gather resources, amazed at the abundance of nature around them. They find wild grapes, which is why they name the land Vinland, and they encounter animals they have never seen before. But they are not alone. The land is already inhabited by indigenous peoples, whom the Vikings call the Skrallings. These first encounters are tense, as the two groups size each other up. At first, there is trade. The Vikings offer metal tools and red cloth in exchange for furs and food. But as history has often shown, peaceful contact does not last forever. Tensions rise and small skirmishes break out between the Vikings and the indigenous tribes. The Norse warriors, fierce as they are, find themselves outnumbered. Unlike the later European colonizers, Leif and his men do not attempt to conquer or claim dominion over the land. They are explorers, not invaders. Realizing that their position is precarious, they eventually decide to abandon Vinland and return to Greenland. Their journey is remembered in Viking sagas, but over time, their discovery fades into legend. For centuries, historians dismissed the story of Leif Erikson as myth. But in 1960, a remarkable discovery changed everything. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lansog Meadows in Newfoundland, Canada. The site contained unmistakable evidence of Viking presence, iron nails, tools, and the remains of Norse-style buildings. The sagas were true. Leif Erikson had reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus. Yet, despite this proof, Columbus remained the man credited with discovering America. Why? Because history is written by the victors. The Norse did not stay, did not colonize, and did not bring lasting change to the Americas. Their voyage, while groundbreaking, did not alter the course of world history in the way Columbus's arrival did. The Spanish, with their vast empire, had the power to shape the narrative, to create a hero, and to erase inconvenient truths. But today, we know better. The evidence is clear. Leif Erikson was the first European to set foot in the New World. And yet, there are still more forgotten stories of early exploration waiting to be uncovered. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Vikings had chosen to stay, to build lasting settlements, to spread their culture across the continent? Would the Americas have seen an entirely different kind of European influence? The Norse were expert shipbuilders, warriors, and traders, yet they lacked the sheer numbers to maintain a colony so far from home. Their reliance on sporadic resupply from Greenland made them vulnerable, and their clashes with the indigenous peoples proved too dangerous. The decision to leave was pragmatic, but it also meant that their achievements would be buried under centuries of forgotten history. Still, traces of their presence linger. Some historians speculate that Norse explorers may have ventured even further south than Newfoundland, possibly reaching present-day New England or even farther along the Atlantic coast. Evidence is scarce, but oral traditions and scattered artifacts hint at the possibility. If true, it would mean that Leif Erikson's journey was just the beginning of a much longer and more extensive Viking presence in North America. And yet, Vinland remains an enigma. Why was its memory preserved in sagas but lost to mainstream history for so long? Why were later generations of Vikings unable or unwilling to return? The answers lie buried in time, waiting to be uncovered by those who dare to question the official story. One thing is certain: history is far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The truth, hidden beneath layers of myth and empire, is waiting to be rediscovered. The departure from Vinland was not the end of Norse exploration in the Americas. Although Leif Erikson and his crew had proven that land existed beyond the Western Ocean, the question remained: could it be settled? Could the Norse establish a foothold in this new world, or was Vinland destined to remain just an untamed frontier, too distant and too dangerous to maintain? The answer would come not from Leif himself, but from the generations that followed. One of the most fascinating figures in this story is Leif's younger brother Thorvald Eriksson. Unlike Leif, who had merely explored and mapped parts of Vinland, Thorvald sought to claim it. His ambition was not just to visit but to stay, to make Vinland a permanent extension of Norse influence. With a crew of warriors and settlers, he returned to the land his brother had discovered, determined to carve out a place for the Vikings in the New World. Thorvald and his men expanded the settlement, strengthening their structures and pushing further inland. At first, all seemed well. The resources were plentiful, the weather was milder than Greenland's, and the land itself appeared to hold great promise. But the same challenge that had driven Leif away remained: the indigenous inhabitants. Unlike Leif, who had managed a brief period of trade with the native peoples, Thorvald's expedition quickly fell into conflict. The Skrallings, as the Norse called them, did not take kindly to the outsiders expanding into their territory. Skirmishes erupted, and the consequences were deadly. In one of these clashes, Thorvald himself was struck by an arrow. As his men carried him back to their settlement, he is said to have looked over Vinland one last time and declared it a beautiful land before succumbing to his wounds. With their leader dead and their numbers dwindling, the Norse had no choice but to abandon their dream of permanent settlement. They buried Thorvald, burned what they could not take, and set sail back to Greenland. This second failed attempt to colonize the Americas left a deep mark on Norse history. The sagas, which had once spoken of a land of promise, now told of a land of danger. And so, over the next few decades, the Viking voyages to Vinland became fewer and fewer until they eventually stopped altogether. But what if Thorvald had succeeded? What if the Norse had managed to hold their ground, to establish a thriving colony that could have grown into something greater? The implications are staggering. A lasting Norse presence in the Americas could have altered the course of history entirely. Could they have expanded further south, trading and mingling with other indigenous civilizations? Could the Vikings have established an early European presence centuries before Columbus? The mind reels at the possibilities. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not just due to the resistance of the native peoples. There were deeper structural problems. Unlike the later European empires, the Norse did not have the centralized power or vast resources to support large-scale colonization. Greenland itself was a fragile outpost, dependent on supplies from Iceland and Norway. Supporting an even more distant colony in Vinland was simply beyond their capabilities. Their ships, while unmatched in speed and maneuverability, were not built to transport large numbers of settlers and supplies over vast distances for sustained periods. Despite these setbacks, the Norse presence in North America was not entirely forgotten. The stories lived on in the sagas, passed down through generations, dismissed as legend by many, but holding a kernel of truth. And as we now know, that kernel of truth was very real. The remains at Landsog Meadows are undeniable proof that the Vikings were here long before Columbus. Yet, because their settlement failed to persist, their role in American history remained largely overlooked. The legacy of these early Norse explorers is a haunting one. They were so close to changing history, so close to creating an alternate future where the Americas were connected to Europe centuries earlier. And yet, fate had other plans. Still, their story is not one of failure, but of daring, of adventure, of the relentless human spirit, pushing beyond the known world. And though they left, the echoes of their presence still remain, waiting for those who choose to listen. With the death of Thorvald Eriksson and the retreat of his men from Vinland, the Norse dream of settling the New World seemed all but over. But there was still one more attempt, one final effort to establish a permanent presence in the mysterious western lands. This time, it would not be a group of warriors leading the charge, but a woman, Gudrid Thorbjarnardóttir, one of the most remarkable and overlooked figures in Viking history. Unlike the previous expeditions, which were driven by exploration and conquest, Gudrid's journey to Vinland was driven by something far more fundamental: survival and family. She had already lived a life of adventure, having traveled from Iceland to Greenland, and now seeking a new beginning. Her husband Thorfinn Karlsefni was determined to succeed where Leif and Thorvald had failed. He gathered a group of settlers, men, women and children, hoping that a true colony, not just a temporary outpost, could take root in Vinland. The voyage was perilous, as all Norse crossings were. The North Atlantic was unforgiving, its waters capable of swallowing even the most seasoned sailors. But Karlsefni and Gudrid, along with their followers, endured the hardships and eventually arrived in Vinland. Unlike the previous Norse expeditions, which were mostly comprised of warriors and adventurers, this was a true settlement effort. They built homes, tended livestock, and prepared to stay for the long haul. For a while it seemed as though they might succeed where others had failed. One of the most extraordinary moments in this chapter of history was the birth of Snorri Thorfinnsson, the son of Gudrid and Karlsefni. Snorri was the first known child of European descent born in the Americas, a historical milestone that has been all but erased from common knowledge. His birth symbolized a bridge between two worlds, proof that Norse civilization had truly touched American soil in a way that went beyond mere exploration. But despite their efforts, despite their hopes, The same challenges that had plagued the previous expeditions soon emerged again. The indigenous peoples, wary of the newcomers, initially engaged in trade, but soon grew hostile. Clashes erupted, and once again, the Norse found themselves outnumbered. The sheer logistical challenge of maintaining a settlement so far from Greenland, combined with the constant threat of conflict, made it clear that they could not hold Vinland indefinitely. After 3 years of struggle, Karlsefni and Gudrid made the difficult decision to abandon the colony and return to Greenland. Their departure marked the end of the Norse attempts to settle North America. The dream of Vinland faded into legend, its memory preserved only in sagas that many later dismissed as myth. And yet, the evidence remains. The discovery of Norse artifacts, the ruins of settlements, and the genetic traces that some claim still linger in certain indigenous populations all point to a forgotten history that predates Columbus by centuries. What if Karlsefni's colony had endured? What if Vinland had grown into a thriving Norse settlement, firmly establishing European presence in the Americas long before 1492? Would history have played out differently? Would the balance of power in the world have shifted? These are questions that will forever remain unanswered, lost to the what-ifs of history. But one thing is certain: the Vikings were here. They walked these lands, built their homes, raised their children, and for a brief moment in time, they dared to dream of a future that was never meant to be. The Norse departure from Vinland marked the end of their direct presence in the New World, but it was not necessarily the end of their influence. While no lasting Viking settlements survived in North America, some historians believe that occasional contact between the Norse and indigenous peoples may have continued for some time. Stories persisted, both in Europe and among native groups, of encounters with strange seafaring outsiders. Could the echoes of Norse exploration have left more of a mark on history than we realize? One theory suggests that Viking voyages to North America did not stop entirely after the failure of the Vinland settlements. It is possible that occasional trips were made to harvest valuable resources. The sagas mention an abundance of timber in Vinland, a resource that Greenland sorely lacked. Some researchers speculate that Norse explorers may have continued to visit the coastlines of North America, cutting trees and bringing them back across the Atlantic. If true, this would mean that Viking contact with the New World persisted far longer than commonly assumed. There is also speculation that the Norse may have traveled further than Newfoundland. Some artifacts, including a Norse-style penny found in Maine, suggest possible trade or indirect contact. While skeptics argue that such finds could have arrived through later European interactions, they leave open the possibility that Viking influence extended beyond what has been archaeologically proven. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the memory of Vinland faded. Without a permanent settlement or a sustained effort to colonize the new lands, the story of the Viking voyages became little more than legend. Medieval maps showed vast unknown spaces beyond Greenland, but no widespread European exploration of the Americas followed in the wake of the Norse expeditions. The world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion, but what if it had been? What if the Vikings had found a way to maintain their foothold in North America? If they had been able to trade, grow, and expand, the entire course of world history could have been different. Would the Norse have been the ones to establish the first European empires in the Americas? Would the indigenous civilizations have had a different fate, encountering a different kind of European society centuries before Columbus? The possibilities are endless. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not a failure of navigation, bravery, or even technology. It was a failure of circumstances. The Vikings were expert explorers, but lacked the large organized states that would later drive European colonization. Their presence in North America, though real, was fleeting, too isolated, too fragile to withstand the forces of time. Yet their story endures. Today, Lev Erikson is recognized in both historical accounts and popular culture as the true first European to reach the Americas. His legacy, along with that of the other Norse explorers who followed him, serves as a reminder that history is often far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The Vikings reached the shores of a vast uncharted world, but history was not yet ready for them, and so their discovery remained in the shadows, waiting for the day when the world would finally acknowledge what had been known for centuries in whispers and sagas. Centuries passed, and the story of Vinland became little more than a fading legend, whispered among the Norse and largely forgotten by the rest of the world. But while the Vikings did not establish a lasting presence in North America, their influence may have rippled further than we once believed. What if the Norse contact with the indigenous peoples of North America left traces not just in sagas, but in the very fabric of history itself? One of the most intriguing possibilities is the idea that knowledge of Vinland may have filtered into the wider European consciousness long before Columbus set sail. Though medieval Europe was largely uninterested in transatlantic exploration at the time, maps and oral traditions had a way of persisting. Some scholars have speculated that hints of Vinland's existence may have reached the cartographers and thinkers of the later medieval period. Could Columbus himself have heard whispers of lands to the west from the remnants of these ancient stories? There is some evidence to suggest that European seafarers, particularly those from the British Isles and Portugal, had knowledge of lands beyond the Atlantic before 1492. Though unproven, there are accounts of Basque fishermen possibly reaching the rich waters near Newfoundland in search of cod long before the official age of discovery. Could these early mariners have stumbled upon lands first scouted by the Norse centuries before? Meanwhile, in the indigenous cultures of North America, there are tantalizing hints of encounters with seafaring outsiders. Some Native American oral traditions describe pale-skinned visitors arriving by boat long before the arrival of Columbus. While these accounts are difficult to verify, they align with what we know about Viking explorations and suggest that their presence, however brief, may have left a lasting impression on the indigenous peoples they encountered. Perhaps even more intriguing is the question of whether Viking artifacts, technologies, or even genetic traces may have made their way deeper into the Americas. While no direct evidence has confirmed Norse integration into indigenous cultures, isolated findings, such as metal objects in areas where no native metallurgy existed, raise questions about possible trade or cultural exchange. Could the Vikings have unknowingly influenced the civilizations that would later rise to prominence in North America? The idea that the Norse were merely visitors who left no lasting impact on the New World may be an oversimplification. Their presence may have been fleeting, but history is not always written in the form of permanent settlements. It is also written in ideas, stories, and subtle influences that shape the course of events in ways we may never fully understand. Despite the growing body of evidence supporting the reality of Viking voyages to North America, the world remained fixated on the narrative of Columbus. The discovery of the New World had become a story of empire, wealth, and conquest, something the Norse had never pursued in Vinland. But had circumstances been different, had they found a way to survive and expand, how different would history look today? The real discovery of America was not a single moment, nor was it the achievement of just one man. It was a slow, complex process involving multiple civilizations over thousands of years. The Vikings were part of that story, even if their role was forgotten for centuries. Today the truth is finally coming to light. But there is still more to uncover, more to question, and more to explore. The Norse may have left Vinland behind, but their story is far from over. As the centuries rolled on, the knowledge of the Norse expeditions to North America faded into obscurity. The great European powers, focused on internal struggles and expansion within the known world, had little interest in tales of distant lands explored by a long-gone people. Yet the echoes of these early voyages lingered, buried in forgotten manuscripts and ancient maps that hinted at lands beyond the Atlantic. One such artifact is the Vinland map, a controversial document that surfaced in the 20th century. It purportedly depicts a landmass to the west of Greenland, labeled as Vinland, drawn centuries before Columbus. While the map's authenticity has been hotly debated, its existence raises an intriguing question: were there those in medieval Europe who still knew of the Norse voyages, even if mainstream history had cast them aside? Even without definitive proof of widespread knowledge, scattered hints remain. Medieval Norse sagas, though sometimes dismissed as embellished storytelling, contained remarkably accurate details about the geography of North America. The descriptions of Vinland's rich resources, vast forests, and even encounters with indigenous peoples suggest that these were not mere myths but retellings of real events. The question remains, why did no other European power act on this knowledge? Part of the answer lies in timing. The Norse, though formidable explorers, lacked the political and economic backing needed to sustain long-term expansion across the Atlantic. Unlike the centralized monarchies of Spain and Portugal in later centuries, the Viking world was fragmented, reliant on local chieftains rather than empire-building kings. By the time Europe developed the means and motivation for large-scale transatlantic exploration, the Norse voyages were little more than a whisper in history. But had circumstances been different, had a unified Scandinavian power seized the opportunity, the map of the world might look very different today. Even without permanent Norse colonies, the possibility remains that their influence stretched further than we currently recognize. Could later explorers have unknowingly followed in Viking footsteps? Did rumors of Western lands, passed down through generations, inspire others to seek out the unknown? While Columbus is credited with ushering in the age of European expansion in the Americas, his journey was built on a foundation of existing knowledge, speculation, and centuries-old seafaring traditions. The Norse had already proven that crossing the Atlantic was possible. What they lacked was the means to make the world remember. As historians continue to uncover new evidence, the story of America's discovery grows more complex. The Norse may not have changed the course of history in their time, but their voyages were a crucial chapter in the larger saga of human exploration. Their legacy, once nearly forgotten, is now being reclaimed, reminding us that history is never as simple as it seems. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained little more than a distant memory, preserved only in the sagas of Iceland and the scattered whispers of medieval maps. Yet, while Europe largely forgot about Vinland, the people who lived in the lands the Vikings once visited carried their own accounts of these early encounters. Oral traditions among indigenous groups speak of pale-skinned visitors arriving from the sea, staying for a time, and then vanishing as mysteriously as they came. Could these stories be remnants of the Viking presence in North America? The indigenous peoples of the Northeast, including the Mi'kmaq and Innu, have legends that align closely with what we know of the Norse expeditions. Some describe strange bearded men arriving in large wooden boats, different from anything seen before. They brought with them unfamiliar tools and weapons, yet they struggled to survive in the harsh new environment. Conflict was inevitable. These newcomers did not understand the ways of the land, nor did they comprehend the power structures and customs of those who had lived there for thousands of years. While most of what we know about Norse interactions with indigenous peoples comes from the sagas, these accounts are told from the perspective of the Vikings themselves. The sagas describe the Skrellings, a term the Norse used for the native inhabitants of Vinland. Initially there were attempts at peaceful trade, but tensions quickly escalated. In one instance, a Viking is said to have frightened a group of Skrellings by showing them the power of Norse weaponry. In another, the Norse attacked an indigenous camp, only to be driven away by superior numbers. What is clear is that these encounters were brief and filled with mutual distrust. The Norse, used to the tactics of European warfare, were unprepared for the indigenous people's methods of fighting, which relied on speed, knowledge of the terrain, and overwhelming numbers. The Vikings had the advantage in weapons and armor, but they were far from home, outnumbered and vulnerable. Eventually, they abandoned their settlements, retreating back to Greenland and leaving the land to its original inhabitants. But was that truly the end of Viking contact with North America? Some historians believe that even after the main expeditions ceased, small groups of Norse traders or explorers may have continued to visit these shores. The Greenland settlements persisted for centuries, and the need for timber and other resources was constant. Could it be that, long after the failed Vinland colony, Norse ships still made the journey, engaging in trade with indigenous groups, and perhaps even influencing their societies in subtle ways? The idea is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Archaeological finds suggest that Norse artifacts, such as iron tools and woven cloth, have been discovered far beyond Landsort Meadows, the only confirmed Norse site in North America. Some of these objects were found in indigenous sites far inland, raising the possibility that they were traded from group to group, their origins becoming lost over time. If true, it means that while the Vikings themselves did not stay, their impact may have lasted much longer than we assume. History is rarely as simple as a single discovery, a single moment, or a single person. The Norse came to North America, and though they did not stay, they left behind stories, artifacts, and perhaps even traces in the oral histories of the people they encountered. The echoes of their voyages still linger, waiting to be fully uncovered. As we continue to re-examine the past, we must ask how much of history has been forgotten, waiting just beneath the surface for us to rediscover. The Norse may have abandoned their settlements in North America, but their story did not end there. As the Viking Age faded, so too did the knowledge of their transatlantic voyages. However, history has a way of preserving fragments of the past in unexpected ways. While medieval Europe largely forgot about Vinland, hints of its existence persisted in ways that would later spark curiosity and debate. One of the most enduring mysteries is the presence of Norse artifacts in locations far beyond their known settlements. A Norse penny dating back to the reign of King Olaf Kyrre, minted between 1065 and 1080, was discovered in a Native American site in Maine. The site itself dates back centuries after the Vikings were known to have explored North America, suggesting that the coin was traded extensively among indigenous peoples before being lost to time. How did it travel so far? Was it part of a larger network of trade that stretched further than we ever imagined? Archaeologists have also uncovered evidence of metalworking in indigenous sites that predate European colonization. The Vikings were among the few people in the region at the time who had the ability to forge iron tools, leading some researchers to speculate that they may have shared their knowledge, intentionally or not. Did Norse explorers influence native technologies in ways that have yet to be fully understood? Another intriguing clue comes from maps. Some medieval cartographers created maps that, in hindsight, seem to depict landmasses that strongly resemble the northeastern coast of North America. One of the most famous examples is the Vinland map, which surfaced in the 20th century. While its authenticity remains debated, it is part of a broader pattern of pre-Columbian maps that depict western lands long before Columbus's voyages. Could it be that knowledge of the Norse voyages to Vinland never fully disappeared? Perhaps it survived, hidden within obscure texts whispered among seafarers, or even passed down through indigenous oral traditions. If so, it raises an even bigger question: did Columbus himself have access to these forgotten stories? Some historians believe that Columbus may have encountered references to Vinland in old maritime lore, or even in written documents. He was known to have consulted a wide range of sources, including ancient and medieval texts that speculated about lands beyond the Atlantic. While there is no direct evidence that he knew about the Norse expeditions, the possibility remains that he was influenced, perhaps unknowingly, by knowledge that had persisted in the shadows of history. The rediscovery of the Norse in North America did not happen overnight. For centuries, their voyages were dismissed as myths or exaggerated tales. It was only in the 20th century, with the excavation of Lansorg Meadows, that undeniable proof emerged. Yet even now, the full extent of their journeys remains unknown. Were there more settlements, lost to time? Did they travel further than we realize? How much of their story is still waiting to be uncovered? History is not just about what we know, it is also about what we have yet to learn. The Norse voyages to North America remind us that the past is full of surprises, that the stories we take for granted are often incomplete, and that sometimes the greatest discoveries are the ones that challenge everything we thought we knew. As the centuries passed, the knowledge of the Norse voyages faded almost entirely from European memory. The sagas once recited in the great halls of Iceland and Greenland became mere folklore, their details lost in time. Yet, across the Atlantic, the lands the Vikings once touched continued to be inhabited by the indigenous peoples who had been there long before and would remain long after. To them, these strange visitors from the east were but a fleeting presence in a much larger history. But were the Norse truly forgotten, or did their story continue in ways we have yet to fully understand? Some historians argue that echoes of the Norse presence in North America persisted in unexpected ways. Among the indigenous peoples of the northeastern seaboard, certain oral traditions tell of encounters with foreign seafarers who came from across the ocean, bringing with them unfamiliar tools, weapons, and ways of living. Could these stories be fragmented memories of Viking visitors passed down through generations? Some scholars believe so, though others argue that these legends could just as easily refer to later European explorers. Further evidence that the Norse may have influenced the world beyond their immediate presence comes from the movement of goods and ideas. The Norse were skilled traders, known for their ability to navigate vast distances. If they continued visiting the shores of North America, even sporadically, did they leave behind knowledge, materials, or traditions that subtly shaped the societies they encountered? There are also intriguing but controversial suggestions that Norse contact with the Americas may have gone further south than commonly believed. Some speculative theories propose that Viking explorers, either intentionally or by accident, reached beyond Newfoundland and into more temperate regions. While there is no solid proof, scattered accounts from early European explorers suggest that indigenous groups in regions far south of Newfoundland had knowledge of white-skinned, bearded men long before Columbus arrived. Could it be that the Norse left behind a greater legacy than we have recognized? The search for definitive evidence continues. Archaeologists have made several discoveries that challenge previous assumptions, such as Viking-style artifacts found in areas beyond known settlements. Some of these could be trade goods passed from group to group, but others raise deeper questions about whether Norse activity in the New World was more extensive than currently documented. One of the most compelling aspects of history is how much remains unknown. The Norse voyages to North America were once dismissed as legend, yet we now know they were real. What else, hidden in ancient maps, buried artifacts, or the oral histories of those who lived through these times, has yet to be uncovered. The more we learn, the more we realize that history is not a fixed story, but an evolving puzzle, one that still holds secrets waiting to be revealed. The Norse voyages to North America might have faded from mainstream history, but traces of their legacy remained, hidden in folklore, scattered across archaeological sites, and embedded in the very landscapes they once walked. While no lasting Norse colony was established, their brief presence left ripples that would not fully disappear. The story of the Vikings in the New World was not over, even if the world had seemingly forgotten it. For centuries, the sagas were the only written records of these voyages. They spoke of vast lands beyond Greenland, rich with resources, yet filled with dangers. The stories of Lech Eriksson, Thorfinn Karlsefni, and Freydis Eriksdottir painted a picture of adventure, conflict, and ultimately retreat. But were the sagas entirely accurate, or had they been altered over generations of retelling? Modern archaeology has confirmed many details of these Norse expeditions, particularly with the discovery of Lance Ork Meadows in Newfoundland. But what of the other locations described in the sagas? Were there additional Viking settlements still waiting to be found? Some researchers believe that evidence of Norse activity may exist further south along the Atlantic coast, but conclusive proof remains elusive. Beyond archaeology, the influence of Norse exploration may have lingered in ways more difficult to trace. Some indigenous oral traditions recall encounters with foreign sailors long before Columbus. These stories, passed down through generations, describe interactions with pale-skinned people who arrived in great boats, carrying strange tools and weapons. Could these be echoes of the Viking presence? While the accounts cannot be verified with certainty, they suggest that the Norse may not have been entirely forgotten by those they encountered. There is also the matter of unexplained artifacts. The Norse penny found in Maine, a relic from the late 11th century, raises intriguing questions about trade and movement. Did Vikings venture further into the continent, or was their presence known indirectly through indigenous trade networks? Some suggest that Norse iron tools or shipbuilding techniques may have influenced native groups in subtle ways, though this remains a topic of debate. As scholars continue to piece together the Viking footprint in North America, one thing remains clear: the Norse were not merely mythical figures in a forgotten legend. They were real explorers, driven by ambition, curiosity, and survival. Their failure to establish a lasting presence in the New World was not due to a lack of skill or courage, but rather the immense challenges of distance, climate, and conflict. Had history unfolded differently, the Vikings might have become the first European empire in the Americas. Instead, their voyages became whispers in time, waiting to be rediscovered. But history has a way of revealing itself, and with every new discovery, the truth behind these early explorers comes into sharper focus. The story of the Norse voyages to North America was not just about discovery, it was about survival, adaptation, and the limits of human endurance. Unlike later European explorers who arrived with the backing of powerful monarchies, the Vikings who ventured to Vinland were small bands of seafarers, relying on their own resourcefulness to navigate an unfamiliar world. Their attempts to settle in this new land may have failed, but their impact on history would not be erased so easily. One of the most intriguing questions surrounding the Norse presence in North America is whether their brief encounters left any lasting mark on the indigenous peoples they met. Did the Vikings introduce new ideas, tools, or even legends that persisted long after they had disappeared? Some historians argue that while the Norse did not stay, their presence may have influenced native societies in subtle but significant ways. The sagas describe fierce battles between the Norse and the indigenous people they called Skrallings. But conflict was not the only possibility. The Norse were traders by nature, and it is likely that at least some peaceful exchanges took place. Could the Vikings have introduced iron tools or shipbuilding techniques that were later adopted or adapted by native groups? Some archaeological sites suggest limited interaction, but the evidence remains scarce. Further complicating the picture are the unexplained artifacts that have surfaced in regions far beyond where the Vikings were known to have settled. Norse-style objects like the famous Main Penny hint at possible trade routes that extended deep into the continent. While skeptics argue that these items could have been introduced much later, their presence raises fascinating questions about how far Norse influence may have reached. Even more intriguing are the cultural echoes that some researchers believe can be traced back to the Norse. Certain indigenous myths speak of bearded, pale-skinned visitors who arrived in large boats and brought both gifts and violence. Could these be distorted memories of Viking explorers, preserved through oral traditions? While no definitive proof exists, the possibility remains tantalizing. Despite their early presence, the Norse expeditions to North America did not lead to a lasting European foothold. Unlike later explorers who arrived with larger populations and stronger logistical support, the Vikings lacked the numbers to establish permanent colonies. Their settlements were fragile, dependent on resupply from Greenland, and ultimately unsustainable. The forces of nature, conflict with indigenous groups, and sheer isolation all played a role in their eventual retreat. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Norse had managed to maintain a permanent presence in North America? If they had been able to sustain trade, form alliances, and grow their settlements, the course of history could have been dramatically altered. European expansion into the Americas might have begun centuries earlier, reshaping the balance of power between the old and new worlds in ways we can only speculate about. The reality, however, is that the Norse presence in North America was brief, just a fleeting chapter in the vast story of exploration. But even as history seemed to forget them, the truth of their voyages remained, buried in ancient texts and hidden beneath the soil, waiting for the world to rediscover what had been known for centuries. As time passed and the Norse abandoned their dreams of Vinland, the world continued to turn, unaware of the fleeting moment when Europeans had first set foot on the American continent. The sagas that spoke of these journeys faded into myth, dismissed by scholars and overshadowed by later explorers who arrived with the full weight of European empires behind them. Yet, buried beneath centuries of forgetfulness, the truth of the Viking voyages to North America remained, waiting for rediscovery. In the centuries that followed, Europe underwent profound changes. The rise of centralized monarchies, advancements in navigation, and an increasing thirst for expansion set the stage for what would become the Age of Exploration. When Christopher Columbus set sail in 1492, his voyage was fueled by a belief that the world beyond Europe was ripe for conquest. But what if he had known that, centuries earlier, Norse explorers had already reached these lands? Would history have unfolded differently if their achievements had been widely recognized? Unlike the grand fleets of Spain and Portugal, the Norse expeditions were small and fragile. They lacked the backing of a powerful state, the infrastructure to sustain long-term colonization, and the sheer numbers needed to establish a permanent presence. Their departure from Vinland was not a failure of courage or skill, but rather a reflection of the limitations of their time. The world simply was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion on a large scale. But if the Vikings had stayed, how would history have changed? Would the cultures of Europe and North America have merged centuries earlier? Would the indigenous peoples have been able to forge stronger defenses against later European incursions? These are questions that remain unanswered, existing only in the realm of speculation. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Norse legacy is the question of whether their influence persisted beyond their departure. While no definitive evidence exists, some researchers believe that knowledge of their voyages may have subtly shaped European thought. Did whispers of Vinland inspire later explorers? Did the legends of a land across the sea encourage Columbus to press forward with his journey, even as others doubted him? Some have even speculated that traces of Norse influence could be found in European maps predating Columbus. A handful of medieval cartographic records depict landmasses beyond Greenland, suggesting that some knowledge of the western lands had trickled through the centuries. While these maps remain controversial, they add another layer of mystery to an already complex history. For centuries, the tale of the Norse voyages was lost, buried beneath waves of new exploration and conquest. But history has a way of revealing itself. With each new archaeological discovery, with every fragment of evidence unearthed, the world is forced to acknowledge that Columbus was not the first European to set foot in the Americas. The Vikings had come before, braving the vast Atlantic, stepping onto unknown shores, and leaving behind a legacy that, though nearly forgotten, refused to vanish completely. The truth, once hidden in the shadows, is now emerging. The world is finally beginning to recognize the full extent of the Norse achievement. And yet, even as we uncover more about their journeys, questions remain. What else have we yet to discover? What secrets still lie buried, waiting for the day when they too will come to light? As the centuries passed, the Norse presence in North America faded from memory, their brief exploration overshadowed by the grand narratives of European expansion that would come much later. Yet, while history seemed to forget the Viking voyages, traces of their journeys remained, hidden in the land they once walked, in the stories passed down through generations, and in the artifacts waiting to be uncovered beneath the earth. The Norse had been there, and though time had buried their story, it was not erased. For those who sought the truth, there were clues, small scattered pieces of evidence that hinted at something greater. Landsok Meadows had been the first undeniable proof that the sagas were not merely legend, but rooted in reality. But what about the other locations described in the ancient texts? Where was the land of Markland, said to be rich in timber? Where was the fabled Vinland, the land of wild grapes and endless opportunity? Had these places been lost to history, or were they simply waiting to be rediscovered? The search for Vinland became one of history's greatest mysteries, drawing explorers, archaeologists, and scholars into an endless debate. Some believed Vinland was located further south, in modern-day Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, or even as far as New England. Others argued that it may have been a broader region rather than a single settlement. The sagas spoke of fertile lands and a climate that could support crops, details that suggested a location beyond the harsh conditions of Newfoundland. But without concrete evidence, the exact whereabouts of Vinland remained elusive. Yet, despite the uncertainty, one thing was clear: the Norse had pushed further into the New World than previously believed. Artifacts such as the Main Penny, a small Norse coin found in an indigenous archaeological site, suggested that trade or indirect contact may have extended beyond their known settlements. Some researchers even speculated that Norse travelers had ventured deep into the continent, their presence faintly recorded in the oral traditions of indigenous tribes. Could it be that the Vikings had left more of a legacy than we realized? While mainstream history largely ignored the Viking voyages for centuries, whispers of their expeditions persisted. In some European intellectual circles, there were those who believed the sagas contained truth. Maps from the Middle Ages depicted lands beyond Greenland, lands that seemed to match descriptions of Vinland. Was it possible that Columbus himself had heard of these tales? that the idea of land across the Atlantic had been planted in his mind long before his own fateful journey. While there is no definitive proof, the idea remains a compelling one. The Vikings may not have stayed in North America, but their story did. It remained in the fragments of history, in the clues left behind, waiting for someone to piece them together. And as new discoveries continue to emerge, the world is forced to reconsider the past. The Norse were not mere myths or footnotes in history. They were explorers, pioneers who reached a land that few believed existed. Their journey was not just one of adventure, but of proof that the world was far larger, far more interconnected than medieval minds could comprehend. For too long, the story of the first Europeans in the Americas was left incomplete. But history has a way of revealing itself, and the further we dig, the closer we come to uncovering the full truth of what really happened when the Vikings set sail into the unknown. The rediscovery of the Norse presence in North America was not a sudden revelation, but a slow unraveling of history, a puzzle pieced together from fragments scattered across centuries. For hundreds of years, the idea that Vikings had reached the Americas before Columbus was dismissed as mere legend, a fanciful tale preserved in the sagas, but lacking any real historical weight. And yet the evidence was always there, waiting for someone to take it seriously. When Landsark Meadows was unearthed in the 1960s, it was the first undeniable proof that the sagas had told the truth. The Norse had indeed crossed the Atlantic, settled briefly, and then vanished. But even as the site was excavated, new questions arose. If the Vikings had made it this far, could they have gone even further? And if they had, why was there so little left behind? One theory suggests that while the Norse failed to establish permanent settlements, they may have maintained seasonal camps for years, perhaps even generations. The sagas mention repeated trips to Vinland, voyages that brought supplies and resources back to Greenland and Iceland. Could it be that the Vikings saw the New World not as a place to colonize, but as a land to exploit, a distant and dangerous frontier that was valuable but too hostile to tame? If so, their presence in North America might have been more significant than we realize, just not in the way history usually records. There are also hints that Norse explorers may have left traces beyond what archaeology has confirmed. Some scholars have pointed to linguistic clues, suggesting that certain indigenous words or traditions bear subtle echoes of Norse influence. Others have examined genetic markers, wondering if Viking bloodlines might still persist in remote regions. These ideas remain speculative, but they raise fascinating questions about the true extent of the Viking footprint in the New World. Despite the growing body of evidence, mainstream history continued to resist the idea of a pre-Columbian European presence in North America. Columbus's voyage had become too entrenched in the global narrative, his discovery too foundational to the modern world's understanding of itself. Acknowledging the Viking expeditions would mean rewriting that story, and for many, that was a step too far. But the truth, once unearthed, cannot be buried again. As new discoveries emerge, as more pieces of the puzzle come to light, the world is beginning to recognize what the sagas have claimed all along, that the Vikings reached the Americas centuries before Columbus, that they walked its shores, built their homes, and left behind a legacy that, though faint, still lingers in the shadows of history. The question now is not whether the Norse came to America, but how much we have yet to discover about their journeys. What else lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to rewrite the past once again? As more evidence emerged, and the world slowly began to acknowledge the Viking presence in North America, the question shifted from whether the Norse had arrived to what exactly they had done during their time there. The sagas tell stories of exploration, settlement and conflict, but they leave many details unclear. How far did the Norse truly venture? Did they interact with indigenous peoples in ways beyond mere skirmishes? And most importantly, why did they leave? Archaeological discoveries at Landsark Meadows provided a glimpse into the Norse presence, revealing remnants of homes, tools, and evidence of metalworking. But beyond this site, tangible proof of Viking activity remains elusive. Some researchers believe that Vinland was not a single location, but a broader region, encompassing various sites along the North American coast. If so, there may still be undiscovered settlements hidden beneath layers of earth and time, waiting for someone to find them. The sagas describe encounters with indigenous peoples, whom the Norse called Skraelings. These interactions were not always peaceful. The Vikings, accustomed to warfare and raiding, may have approached these new lands with the same mindset they had in Europe. But unlike in England or Ireland, where they faced fragmented kingdoms, the indigenous groups in North America were well adapted to their environment, had strong networks, and vastly outnumbered the Norse explorers. Clashes were inevitable, and the Vikings, lacking reinforcements or a steady supply chain, were at a severe disadvantage. Yet not all encounters were violent. Some historians speculate that limited trade may have occurred, with the Norse exchanging metal tools or other goods for furs and supplies. The possibility of cultural exchanges, though difficult to prove, remains intriguing. Did the Norse introduce new technologies or ideas? Did they learn survival skills from the indigenous people that helped them endure in these unfamiliar lands? These are questions that remain unanswered, but continue to drive research into the Viking presence in the New World. Ultimately, the Norse departure from North America was not a result of failure in navigation or survival skills. Rather, it was a recognition of the logistical and geopolitical reality of their time. Unlike later European colonial efforts, which were backed by powerful monarchies and expansive naval fleets, the Norse were relatively isolated. Greenland itself was a precarious settlement, reliant on trade with Iceland and Norway. With Vinland too far to sustain and too dangerous to hold, the Vikings abandoned their ambitions and returned to more familiar lands. But even in their absence, their legacy remained. The stories of their journeys survived in oral tradition and later in written sagas, keeping alive the memory of the first Europeans to set foot on American soil. And though their impact may have been fleeting, their presence was undeniable. The Norse had crossed the Atlantic centuries before Columbus, proving that the world was connected in ways few had imagined. And while they may not have established an empire, they had left behind a chapter of history that, though nearly forgotten, would one day be rediscovered. As time passed, the Norse voyages to North America became little more than fading echoes in history. The brief attempt at settlement in Vinland did not spark a lasting colony, and the Viking explorers returned to their familiar lands. But the question remains, what if they had stayed? What if history had taken a different turn and the Norse had succeeded in planting permanent roots in the New World? Would the course of global history have been irrevocably altered? The reality of Viking expansion in North America was shaped by forces beyond mere exploration. Unlike the later European colonial empires, the Norse lacked the political and logistical infrastructure to support long-term settlement overseas. Their presence in Greenland was tenuous at best, and their connections to the broader Scandinavian world were fragile. In contrast, the indigenous peoples of North America had well-established societies, vast knowledge of the land, and the numbers to resist a small group of foreign settlers. While the Vikings were formidable warriors, they were vastly outnumbered, and without reinforcements, their hold on Vinland was unsustainable. Yet, had circumstances been different, If the Norse had established stronger trade routes, if they had formed alliances with indigenous groups, if they had found a way to sustain their settlements, history might have unfolded in an entirely different way. Some historians speculate that a successful Viking colony in North America could have created a bridge between the Old and New Worlds centuries before Columbus. Cultural exchanges, trade networks, and even early globalization could have reshaped the development of both continents. There is even the possibility that later European expansion might have been influenced by Viking presence. Would the kingdoms of Europe have turned their attention westward sooner if they had known of an established Norse colony across the Atlantic? Would the course of indigenous history have changed had they encountered the Norse rather than the Spanish and Portuguese in the 15th and 16th centuries? These are questions that remain in the realm of speculation, but they highlight the immense potential of the Viking voyages, an opportunity that slipped through history's grasp. Despite their failure to establish a lasting presence, the Norse did prove one thing: transatlantic travel was possible. Their journeys across the North Atlantic paved the way for later explorers, showing that the seemingly endless ocean had shores beyond the horizon. Though largely forgotten for centuries, their legacy endured in the sagas, waiting to be rediscovered by a world that had long credited Columbus with being the first European to set foot in the Americas. As the centuries passed, the memory of Vinland faded. The Vikings continued their raids and expansion in Europe, and their brief foothold in North America became little more than legend. But history is not always written in stone, and truth has a way of resurfacing. The Norse had reached the New World, and even if they did not stay, their journey was real. It was only a matter of time before the world would recognize their place in the grand story of exploration. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained largely forgotten, buried beneath the weight of history and overshadowed by later European explorations. While the sagas preserved their stories, they were dismissed as myths, exaggerated tales passed down through generations. But history has a way of uncovering the truth, and as the pieces of the Viking puzzle began to emerge, the world was forced to reconsider what it thought it knew about the discovery of the New World. The first major challenge to the established narrative came not from archaeology, but from scholarship. In the 19th century, historians and researchers began revisiting the Old Norse sagas with a more critical eye. They noticed details that, while once dismissed as fiction, aligned with real geographic locations. The descriptions of Vinland's lush forests and mild climate did not match Greenland or Iceland, but seemed to describe somewhere further west. The pieces of the puzzle were there, it just took time for someone to put them together. But the true breakthrough came in the 1960s, when a team of archaeologists led by Helge and Anne Stein Ingstad uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lance Og Meadows in Newfoundland. For the first time, physical evidence confirmed what the sagas had long claimed: the Vikings had indeed reached North America. The site contained remnants of Norse-style buildings, iron nails and tools, clear proof that the sagas were not mere legend, but historical accounts of real voyages. Yet even as the discovery of Lance Og Meadows rewrote history, new mysteries emerged. The site, while significant, seemed small, a temporary outpost rather than a true colony. Where were the other settlements mentioned in the sagas? Had they been lost to time, eroded by the elements, or perhaps never built at all? And what of the indigenous peoples the Norse had encountered? The lack of extensive evidence suggested that any contact had been brief, perhaps cautious, and ultimately unsustainable. Despite the undeniable proof of the Norse in North America, mainstream history was slow to adjust. The idea that Columbus had discovered America was too deeply embedded in the Western narrative, and the Viking voyages were often treated as a fascinating footnote rather than a transformative event. But as more scholars revisited the topic, the true scope of the Norse exploration became harder to ignore. Columbus may have initiated permanent European contact with the Americas, but he was not the first to set foot on its shores. That honor belonged to the Norse, nearly 500 years earlier. Today, the acknowledgement of Viking exploration is no longer in doubt, but questions remain. Did the Norse travel further than we have evidence for? Did they attempt to return after abandoning Vinland? Could there be yet undiscovered traces of their presence hidden beneath the forests and soil of North America? As archaeology advances and technology allows for new methods of exploration, the full story of the Viking journeys may still have more to reveal. The past is not a fixed narrative, it is a collection of truths waiting to be uncovered. The discovery of Lance Meadows proved beyond doubt that the Norse had reached North America, but it also raised a question that still haunts historians and archaeologists today. Was this the only Viking outpost, or were there others yet to be found? The sagas suggest that Vinland was more than just one settlement, describing a land rich in resources, stretching far beyond the windswept coast of Newfoundland. Could it be that other Norse settlements existed but have been lost to time? Some tantalizing clues suggest this might be the case. A single Norse-style penny was found in Maine, a long way from Lance Meadows, leading to speculation about trade or indirect contact with indigenous peoples. There have been reports of Norse artifacts discovered along the eastern seaboard of North America, though many remain unverified or controversial. If additional Norse sites existed, they may have been small, temporary, or eroded by centuries of natural forces, leaving little trace behind. The challenge of locating further evidence is immense. Unlike the large permanent colonies established by later European powers, the Norse settlements were likely seasonal and sparsely populated. Without lasting stone structures or widespread human activity, much of their presence could have been reclaimed by nature. The forests, rivers, and shifting landscapes of North America may have hidden their traces forever. Even if no new sites are ever uncovered, the Norse voyages represent a remarkable achievement in human exploration. Centuries before Columbus, the Vikings proved that the Atlantic was not an impassable barrier, but a bridge between worlds. They sailed beyond the known limits of their time, venturing into the unknown without maps, compasses, or the backing of powerful empires. They were not just raiders and warriors, but explorers willing to push the boundaries of their world. As the modern world recognizes their contributions, the legacy of the Norse in North America continues to evolve. With new technologies like satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and advanced dating methods, the possibility of finding more evidence remains alive. Future discoveries may yet confirm that Vinland was more than just a brief Norse endeavor, that it was a connection, however fleeting, between two continents long before history recorded it. The story of the Norse in North America is one of ambition, hardship, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. While their presence may have been brief, it was significant. They were the first Europeans to set foot on the shores of a land that centuries later would become the focus of global exploration, colonization, and cultural transformation. Their voyages may not have changed the course of history in their time, but they proved one thing beyond all doubt. The world was far more connected than anyone had dared to imagine. As the final chapter of this forgotten history unfolds, we are left with one undeniable truth. The Norse were the first Europeans to set foot in North America. Their voyages, once dismissed as legend, are now cemented as historical fact. Yet their presence in the New World was brief, a fleeting encounter with a land that would remain untouched by European hands for nearly 500 more years. The question that lingers is not whether they made it to America, but why they failed to stay. The answer lies in a complex interplay of circumstances that shaped their fate. The Norse were skilled sailors and fierce warriors, but they lacked the resources and manpower to establish a lasting colony. Their numbers were too few, their supply lines too fragile, and the resistance from indigenous peoples too strong. Unlike the later European empires, they had no central authority to fund and support expansion, no fleets of ships to send reinforcements, no overwhelming technological advantage to impose their will. They were explorers, not conquerors. Though they had the courage to cross the Atlantic, courage alone was not enough to build an enduring presence in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Another key factor in their failure to stay was the environment itself. The lands they encountered were vastly different from Greenland, Iceland, or Scandinavia. The dense forests, unpredictable climate, and unfamiliar wildlife presented challenges they were ill prepared for. Hunting and fishing were possible, but sustaining a colony over time required reliable agriculture, something the Norse had difficulty maintaining in a region where seasons were different from those in their homelands. Without steady sources of food, their settlements remained fragile, vulnerable to any hardships that might arise. The indigenous peoples also played a significant role in shaping the Norse experience in North America. The sagas speak of tense encounters with the Skrælings, the term the Norse used for the native inhabitants. These early meetings were marked by a mix of curiosity and violence. Though the Norse attempted to trade, misunderstandings and conflict soon escalated, making peaceful coexistence difficult. Unlike the later European powers, the Norse did not have the numbers or the military superiority to impose their will upon the native populations. With each encounter, the dangers of remaining in Vinland grew more apparent. The Norse were not prepared for sustained conflict, and without reinforcements from their distant homeland, they knew their time in this new world was limited. The knowledge of their discovery did not spread widely. With no lasting colony, no great wealth returning to Greenland or Iceland, and no written records outside of the sagas, their achievements faded into obscurity. The medieval world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion. Trade and warfare dominated European priorities, and the distant memory of Vinland was buried beneath the weight of time. The Norse, though they had reached a new continent, left behind no great empire, no enduring footprint. They were too far ahead of their time for the world to recognize the significance of their journey. But history is never truly lost. The sagas passed down through generations kept the story alive. The ruins of Lance og Meadows stood as silent testimony to a truth waiting to be rediscovered. And when the world finally turned its eyes back to these ancient voyages, the legacy of the Norse was restored. Leif Erikson and his fellow explorers are now recognized as pioneers, visionaries who crossed an ocean and touched a distant shore long before Columbus. Their voyages were not failures but glimpses into a different path. History could have taken, a path where Norse settlers might have shaped the Americas centuries before the age of exploration. Though they did not stay, their journey reshaped our understanding of exploration and human ambition. They proved that the Atlantic was not an impenetrable barrier, but a pathway. They challenged the idea that history is a straight line, showing instead that it is full of lost chapters, forgotten pioneers, and roads not taken. Their legacy is not one of empire or conquest, but of daring, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. They were the bridge between the old world and the new, even if their connection would not be remembered for centuries. And so, the story of the Norse in America comes to its quiet end. They came, they saw, and then they vanished from the land they briefly called Vinland. But their voyage was not in vain. It was a glimpse of what was possible, a testament to the human spirit's desire to push beyond the horizon. The world would forget them for centuries, but history never stays buried forever. The truth, like the tides, always finds its way back to shore. And in rediscovering this lost chapter, we are reminded that history is far more complex, rich and surprising than we ever imagined. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure, and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, The invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century, it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido Code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, Samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era.